In the far reaches of the Imperium, some ships do not bring salvation, only silence and screams. You were taken, bound in the night, and now you sail with them. The black ships, no windows, no dawn, no mercy. Welcome back to the abyss, fellow servants of the Emperor. Tonight we speak of shadows, of chains, and of souls that vanish into the dark. Tonight, we tell the tale of no escape from the black ship. A voyage not through space, but into madness. This is Voidborn, where faith rots and nothing escapes. Strike the bell, faithful one, and thank you for making it this far into the dark. Few ever do. Let's proceed to the dark. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, there is no greater terror than the sight of black ships descending from the void. They come without warning, their hulls darker than the space between stars, their purpose known to all yet spoken by none. These are the League of Black Ships, vessels of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, charged with the collection of psykers throughout the Imperium. To the common citizen, they are harbingers of loss. To the faithful, they are necessary evils. To those they take, they are floating tombs. This is the story of one such vessel, the Umbral Covenant, and the man who learned that sometimes the darkness between the stars is preferable to the darkness within men's hearts. His name was Matthias Corvin, and he had been a good man once. They always came at night. The imperial citizens of Tertius Majoris had learned this truth through generations of whispered warnings and half-remembered nightmares. When the black ships descended, they chose the hour when darkness cloaked their shame, when neighbors could pretend they hadn't seen the enforcers drag screaming children from their beds, when fathers could tell themselves they had no choice but to look away as their wives were shackled and gagged. Matthias Corvin had thought himself safe. After 37 years of faithful service in the manufactorums, 37 years of prayers to the God Emperor, 37 years of keeping his head down and his thoughts pure, he had believed the curse that ran through his bloodline had passed him by. But he was wrong. The sound that woke him wasn't the crash of his door splintering. It was silence. The absolute suffocating silence that fell over his hab block like a shroud, as if the very air had been stripped of sound by something hungry and patient. Even the ever-present hum of the air recyclers had died. Matthias sat up in his narrow cot, his heart hammering against his ribs. Outside his small window, the amber glow of the hive's upper levels cast sickly shadows through the perpetual smog. Nothing moved in the corridor beyond his door. Nothing breathed. And then he felt it, the familiar warmth behind his eyes, the tingling in his fingertips that had plagued him since childhood, the gift, the curse, the thing he had prayed would never manifest, never mark him as one of the damned. The psychic tremor rippled through his mind like a stone dropped in still water, and Matthias knew with cold certainty that they had come for him. The enforcers didn't knock. The door to Matthias's hab unit dissolved under the impact of a thunder hammer, reduced to metal shards and plasteel dust in less than a heartbeat. Through the smoking ruin stepped figures clad in midnight black carapace armor, their faces hidden behind skull-faced rebreathers that hissed with each mechanical breath. Behind them loomed something that made Matthias's newly awakened psychic senses scream in terror. A figure in elaborate power armor whose very presence seemed to drink the light from the room. An inquisitor, flanked by hooded attendants whose eyes glowed with the cold fire of sanctioned psykers. Matthias Corvin. The inquisitor's voice was cultured, almost gentle, but it carried the weight of absolute authority. born 937.M41, manufactorum worker, Tertius Majoris, hive level 77 alpha. DNA scan confirms psychogenetics. Psychic resonance detected at class gamma delta threshold. The words fell like hammer blows. Matthias tried to speak, to protest, to beg, but the sanctioned psyker raised one withered hand, and his vocal cords seized. The power that had just awakened within him writhed uselessly against the iron discipline of the Emperor's trained servants. The Emperor protects, the Inquisitor continued, and now there was something almost like pity in his voice. But he protects through action, not mercy. You will serve him aboard the Umbral Covenant. Your life now belongs to the League of Black Ships. They gave Matthias no time to dress, no chance to gather belongings, no opportunity to say goodbye to anyone. Not that there was anyone left to bid farewell. His parents had died in a hab block collapse 7 years prior. His sister had vanished during the last Black Ship collection. He had no friends among his work gang, no lovers, no children. Perhaps that had been the first sign of his curse, the way people always seemed to slide away from him, as if some animal instinct warned them of the taint in his blood. The enforcers hauled him from his cot with gauntleted hands that felt like mechanical clamps. A collar of black metal snapped around his throat, and immediately the budding psychic power within him went silent, smothered by whatever unholy technology the collar contained. The relief was almost as terrifying as the power itself had been. They dragged him naked through corridors lined with his neighbors, men, women, and children who had lived beside him for years, who had shared water rations during shortages and huddled together during gang wars. Now they pressed themselves against the walls, eyes averted, faces blank with the practiced indifference of the powerless. A few made the sign of the Aquila as he passed. Most did nothing at all. Old Valdris from the neighboring Hab met Matthias's desperate gaze for just an instant. The man's lips moved in what might have been an apology or a prayer. Then his eyes dropped to the floor like stones. No one followed, no one protested, no one even spoke. In the main transport hub of the Hab block, Matthias was shoved into a cage truck already half full of other newly awakened psykers. They were all naked, all collared, all marked with the same expression of stunned disbelief. A woman in her 50s rocked back and forth, muttering prayers in a dialect Matthias didn't recognize. A boy who couldn't have been more than 14 stared at his hands with wide, haunted eyes, as if he could still see the power that had been in them. An elderly man sat in perfect silence, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. The truck's engine roared to life with a sound like a dying animal, and they began to move through the lower levels of the hive. Through the barred windows, Matthias caught glimpses of the city he was leaving forever, the cramped streets where he had walked to work each day, the temples where he had offered prayers, the markets where he had bought his meager rations, all of it receding like a half-remembered dream. The journey to the landing platform took 3 hours, winding through service tunnels and maintenance shafts designed to keep the Black Ship's business hidden from prying eyes. None of the prisoners spoke. What was there to say? They all knew the stories, the whispered legends of what happened to those taken by the Black Ships. Some served the Emperor as sanctioned psykers, their minds burned clean and rebuilt as living weapons. Others fed the Astronomicon with their souls, keeping the Emperor's psychic light burning across the galaxy. Most simply disappeared. The landing platform was a cathedral of rusted metal and flickering lumens, its vaulted ceiling lost in shadows and industrial smog. And there, squatting on massive landing claws like some prehistoric beast, was the shuttle that would carry them to the Umbral Covenant. It was black. Not the clean black of newly painted metal or the deep black of space, but something else, a black that seemed to eat light, that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. Servo skulls drifted around its hull like mechanical vultures, their eye sockets glowing red in the dim light. The shuttle's loading ramp dropped with a sound like grinding bones, and from within came a stench that made several prisoners vomit, the smell of unwashed bodies, of fear sweat and blood, of something else underneath it all that might have been corruption, or might simply have been despair. More enforcers waited inside, along with hooded figures whose faces were hidden in the shadows of their cowls. They herded the new prisoners into crash webbing with mechanical efficiency, ignoring pleas and protests with the practiced indifference of those who had done this countless times before. As the shuttle's engines roared to life, and they lifted away from Tertius Majoris forever, Matthias pressed his face to the small porthole beside his restraint and watched his world shrink below them. The hive city dwindled to a pinprick of light in an ocean of darkness, then vanished entirely as they climbed toward the waiting black ship. In the seat across from him, the teenage boy finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "What happens to us now?" One of the hooded figures turned toward them, and Matthias caught a glimpse of the face within, scarred, hollow-eyed, marked with tattoos that seemed to writhe in the dim light. When the figure smiled, it was with teeth that had been filed to points. "Now," the figure said in a voice like grinding metal, "you learn what it means to serve the Emperor's will. And you learn that some forms of service are worse than death." The shuttle shuddered as it entered the docking bay of the Umbral Covenant, and Matthias felt a chill that had nothing to do with the recycled air. Through the hull, he could hear something that sounded almost like singing in a low, mournful tune that seemed to come from the very bones of the ship itself. Welcome aboard the black ship, he thought, and wondered if he would ever think anything else again. The Umbral Covenant was not built for comfort. Matthias's first impression, as he was herded from the shuttle, was of endless corridors stretching away in all directions, their walls lined with pipes that dripped condensation like tears. The air tasted of metal and ozone and something else, something organic and foul that made his stomach clench with nausea. Emergency lighting cast everything in a bloody red glow, and the shadows seemed to move independently of their sources. The deck beneath his bare feet thrummed with the ship's heartbeat, the massive plasma reactors that drove the vessel through the void. But there was something wrong with that rhythm, Matthias realized. It was too fast, too irregular, as if the ship itself was afraid. The guards drove them deeper into the vessel's bowels, through airlocks and pressure doors that sealed behind them with finality. Each barrier they passed felt like another layer of separation from the world he had known, another step into a darkness that would never release him. The holding cells were worse than he had imagined. They were cages that were barely 2 meters on a side, constructed from some black metal that felt cold even in the ship's oppressive heat. The bars were inscribed with wards and holy seals that seemed to pulse with their own sickly light, and touching them sent jolts of pain through his collar and into his nervous system. But it was the occupants that truly drove home the horror of his situation. The cells were packed 3 and 4 to a cage, filled with psykers in various stages of breakdown. Some rocked back and forth, muttering in languages that predated the Imperium. Others sat in catatonic silence, their eyes fixed on visions only they could see. A few raged against their bars, screaming curses that made the ship's hull ring like a bell. In the cell directly across from where they shoved Matthias, a woman who might once have been beautiful pressed her face against the bars and laughed. The sound was like breaking glass, sharp and painful and wrong. Her eyes had been gouged out, whether by her own hands or someone else's. Matthias couldn't tell, but she tracked his movement with eerie precision. "New meat," she crooned, her voice a parody of sweetness. "Fresh souls for the grinder. Tell me, little lamb, what do you see when you close your eyes?" Matthias didn't answer. He couldn't. The collar around his throat had tightened at the first stirring of his psychic senses, and now it felt like a band of ice crushing his windpipe. His cellmate was a middle-aged man named Hendrix, who had been aboard the Covenant for 3 months. His hair had gone completely white, and his hands shook with a constant tremor that might have been age or terror. "Don't listen to Marla," Hendrix whispered as they huddled in the corner furthest from the cell door. "She's been here the longest of anyone. Came aboard nearly a year ago. Still isn't broken enough for them to use. Some say she's holding back on purpose, keeping something in reserve. Others say she's already gone and just doesn't know it yet." "Use for what?" Matthias asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Hendrix's laugh was bitter as wormwood. "Whatever the Emperor needs, friend. The Astronomicon, the Psychic Choir, target practice for the Sanctioned ones, food for..." He stopped, glancing around nervously. "For things that eat souls." The ship groaned around them, metal expanding and contracting with thermal stress. But underneath that mundane sound was something else, a whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Matthias strained to listen, and for just a moment he could swear he heard voices. Hundreds of them, thousands, all speaking at once in a language that bypassed his ears entirely and spoke directly to his brain, saying, deep, eerie, simultaneous voices, "Help us. Free us. Join us. Become us." He jerked back from the wall as if it had burned him, and Hendrix nodded grimly. "You hear them too now," the older man said. "Takes about 6 hours after the collar goes on. Something about the psychic suppression field makes you more receptive to certain frequencies. The crew pretends it's just the ship's systems, recycling VOX traffic or some such, but we know better, don't we?" From somewhere far below came a sound like screaming, but when Matthias tried to focus on it, it faded into the background noise of the ship's operation. Hendrix saw his confusion and smiled without humor. "That's the choir," he explained. "Level 7, past the sealed bulkheads. They've been singing for, well, years, some of them. Keeping the Emperor's light burning so ships like this one can navigate the warp. Most of them are blind by now. Throat muscles are paralyzed from the constant vocalization. Fed through tubes, waste removed by servo skulls. They don't even know they're still alive." The woman across the corridor, called Marla, began to sing then, her voice a haunting melody that made the ship's superstructure ring in harmony. Other prisoners took up the tune until half the cell block was filled with a chorus that was both beautiful and terrible. The guards didn't try to stop them. In fact, one of the hooded figures actually swayed in time with the music. "Why do they allow it?" Matthias asked. "Because it makes us compliant," Hendrix replied. "Shared suffering, shared song, makes us feel like we're part of something larger than ourselves. By the time they're ready to use us, we practically volunteer." As if to prove his point, a section of the corridor sealed itself with blast doors and began to fill with some kind of gas. The prisoners inside didn't scream or fight, but they simply sat down and waited as the mist swirled around them. When the doors opened again 10 minutes later, the cells were empty except for dark stains on the metal floor. "Processing," Hendrix said simply. "They test everyone eventually. Psychic potential, resistance to influence, compatibility with Imperial conditioning. Some graduate to useful service. Others..." He gestured at the empty cells. Matthias felt something cold and heavy settle in his stomach. "How long do we have?" "Days. Weeks if we're unlucky. Time doesn't mean much here. No portholes, No chronometers, no natural light cycles. It could be minutes or months between processing sessions. The only way to mark time is by counting the screams. As if summoned by his words, another sound echoed through the ship, a wailing that rose and fell like a siren, punctuated by bursts of static that might have been words in some inhuman language. The other prisoners stirred restlessly, some pressing their hands to their ears, others listening with rapt attention. "What is that?" Hendrik's face had gone pale. "That's new. Started about a week ago, just before you and the others arrived. The sanctioned psykers say it's interference from the warp drive, but..." He leaned closer, lowering his voice to barely a whisper. "But some of us think something followed us out of the last warp jump. Something that's been trying to get in ever since." The lights flickered, and for just an instant Matthias could swear he saw something move in the shadows between the cells, but something that was almost human, but not quite. Something that left wet footprints on the metal deck and trailing wisps of what might have been smoke or steam. Then the moment passed, and there was nothing but the red emergency lighting, and the endless whisper of recycled air, and the distant sound of the choir, singing their wordless songs to keep the Emperor's light burning in the darkness. But Matthias knew he hadn't imagined it, and from the way Hendrix's hands were shaking, he knew it too. Something was aboard the Umbral Covenant, something that didn't belong to the Imperium or the Emperor or even the warp itself, something that was hungry, and they were trapped here with it, with nowhere to run and no way to fight back. Nothing but their faith and their fear and the cold comfort of knowing that when it finally came for them, at least the waiting would be over. Marla began to laugh again, the sound echoing through the corridors like broken bells. And this time Matthias thought he understood what she found so funny. They were all already dead. They just didn't know it yet. Sleep on the Umbral Covenant was not rest, but simply another form of torment. The ship's night cycle was marked only by the dimming of the already feeble lighting to barely visible levels, leaving the prisoners in a red-tinged twilight that made everything look like it was bathed in blood. The temperature dropped by several degrees, not enough to provide comfort, just enough to ensure that sleep would be fitful and disturbed. It was during these artificial nights that the whispers began. Matthias had been aboard for 3 days when he first heard them, soft voices speaking just below the threshold of understanding, words that teased at the edges of meaning before dissolving into static or silence. At first, he thought it was other prisoners talking in their sleep, but the sounds seemed to come from the walls themselves, transmitted through the ship's superstructure like ghostly VOX traffic. "Do you hear that?" he whispered to Hendrix, who lay curled in the opposite corner of their cell. The older man's eyes snapped open immediately, alert with the hypervigilance of someone who had learned that sleep was a luxury that could be revoked without warning. "Hear what?" Hendrix whispered back, but his voice carried the tension of someone who very much did hear something and was afraid to acknowledge it. The whispers grew stronger, more insistent. Matthias could almost make out individual word fragments of Gothic, mixed with something else, something that predated the Imperium's common tongue. And underneath it all, a sound like static that resolved itself into what might have been breathing. "Matthias!" He jerked upright so violently that his head struck the cell's low ceiling, sending stars dancing across his vision. The voice had been clear that time, spoken in a tone he recognized but couldn't place. Someone he had known, someone whose voice should have been comforting, but instead filled him with dread. "Who said that?" he hissed, looking around the cell block. Most of the other prisoners appeared to be asleep, but several were sitting upright in their cages, heads cocked as if listening to something only they could hear. "Matthias, can you hear me? I've been looking for you for so long." This time, The voice was definitely female, with the slight accent of the lower hive levels where he had grown up. It took him a moment to place it, and when he did, his blood turned to ice water in his veins. It was his sister's voice, Lydia, who had disappeared during the last Black Ship collection 5 years ago. Lydia, whom he had assumed was dead or worse, serving the Emperor in some capacity that would prevent her from ever returning home. "I'm here, Matthias. We're all here, waiting for you." "That's impossible," he breathed. But even as he spoke the words, he knew they were meaningless. Impossible was a concept that had no place aboard the Umbral Covenant. Here, in the space between stars, with the warp pressing against the ship's hull like a living thing, impossible was just another word for Tuesday. Hendricks had gone completely rigid, his eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance. "My wife," he whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. "I can hear my wife, but she's been dead for 10 years. I watched them burn her body myself." From the other cells came similar whispers of recognition and disbelief. The prisoners were hearing voices, familiar voices, beloved voices, voices that should have brought comfort, but instead carried undertones of something wrong, something corrupted. "Why did you let them take me, Matthias? Why didn't you save me?" Lydia's voice had changed, become accusatory and bitter. There was pain in it now, and underneath that, something that might have been anger or madness or both. "I screamed for you. I called your name, but you never came." "I didn't know," Matthias said, speaking to the darkness. "I didn't know they had taken you until it was too late. I looked for you. I asked questions, but no one would tell me anything." Liar. The word hit him like a physical blow. In the cells around him, other prisoners were having similar conversations, pleading with voices from their past, begging forgiveness for failures real or imagined, trying to explain choices they had made or hadn't made in lives that now seemed impossibly distant. "You knew. You felt me calling out to you through the warp, felt my pain, my fear. But you turned away. You hid. You let them burn out my eyes and cut out my tongue and feed my soul to the Astronomicon because you were afraid." "That's not true." But even as he protested, Matthias felt the cold touch of doubt. He had felt something during those dark months after Lydia's disappearance. Dreams of fire and screaming, moments when he would wake with the taste of blood in his mouth and the sound of his sister's voice echoing in his ears. He had told himself it was grief, trauma, the normal response to loss. He had pushed the dreams away, buried them under work and prayer, and the desperate hope that if he ignored them long enough, they would stop coming. "You have the sight, brother. You always did. You could have found me, saved me, but you chose to save yourself instead." The temperature in the cell seemed to drop another 10 degrees. Matthias's breath misted in the air, and the metal walls began to glisten with a thin film of ice that formed in patterns too regular to be natural. Hendricks was weeping now, carrying on a broken conversation with someone who wasn't there, begging for forgiveness in a voice raw with despair. Around the cell block, similar scenes were playing out. Some prisoners clawed at their ears, trying to block out the voices. Others pressed themselves against the bars of their cages, reaching towards sounds that seemed to come from just beyond their grasp. A few had begun to pray, their voices joining in a desperate chorus of imperial litanies and half-remembered hymns. But the whispers continued, growing stronger and more insistent with each passing moment. And with them came other sounds. Footsteps in corridors that should have been empty, the screech of metal under stress, the wet sound of something being dragged across deck plates. "Come to me, Matthias. Come down to the deep places of the ship, where the walls are thin and the Emperor's light doesn't reach." I'm waiting for you there. We're all waiting." "Stop," Matthias whispered, pressing his hands to his temples. The psychic suppression collar around his throat felt like a band of fire, reacting to his emotional distress by sending jolts of pain through his nervous system. "Please, just stop." But the voice didn't stop. If anything, it grew clearer, more present, until it seemed like Lydia was standing right beside him in the cell. Soft voice. "The ship is not what you think it is, brother. It's not just a prison or a transport. It's a mouth, and we are the food. It feeds on us slowly, savoringly, keeping us alive just long enough to extract every drop of suffering, every moment of despair. And when it's done with us, when there's nothing left but empty shells and broken minds, it spits out our bones and moves on to the next harvest." The lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness, Matthias saw something that made his sanity real. Standing in the corridor outside his cell was a figure in the tattered remains of a manufactorum worker's coveralls, a young woman with burns covering half her face and holes where her eyes should have been. She looked exactly like Lydia. "But there's another way, brother. A way out that the Inquisitors don't want you to know about. The ship has weaknesses, places where the barriers between reality and the warp have worn thin. If you're brave enough, if you're desperate enough, you can slip through those cracks. You can escape." The figure raised one hand, and Matthias could see through it to the wall beyond. Not quite solid, not quite real, but present enough to speak, present enough to be seen. "All you have to do is stop fighting. Stop praying. Stop believing in the Emperor's protection. Open your mind to the whispers. Let them guide you, and I'll show you the way. We'll be together again, Matthias, forever." The lights came back up, and the figure was gone, but the voice remained, echoing in his head like an infection. "Think about it, brother. What do you have to lose?" Around the cell block, the whispers were fading as the ship's artificial dawn cycle began. The prisoners who had been conversing with their ghosts fell silent, some looking relieved, others seeming disappointed that the contact had ended. But Matthias knew it wasn't over. The voice would be back, probably stronger than before. And each time it returned, it would be harder to resist, harder to remember why he shouldn't just give in and follow it down into the deep places of the ship where the walls were thin and the Emperor's light didn't reach. Hendrix was staring at him with eyes that held too much knowledge. "You heard someone you knew," the older man said. It wasn't a question. Matthias nodded reluctantly. "My advice?" Hendrix leaned closer, his voice barely audible. "Don't listen. Don't answer. Don't even acknowledge that you hear them. Because the moment you start believing that they're really there, really speaking to you..." He gestured at the cell across the corridor, where Marla sat rocking back and forth, her ruined eye sockets weeping tears of blood. "That's when you become like her. And once you cross that line, there's no coming back." The ship groaned around them, and somewhere in the distance, the psychic choir began its daily song. But underneath it all, just barely audible, Matthias could still hear his sister's voice, waiting, calling, promising him things that he desperately wanted to believe were true. The first time Matthias saw one of the sanctioned psykers up close, he understood why even the hardened enforcers gave them a wide berth. It happened during the daily feeding cycle, when servo skulls dispensed protein paste and reclaimed water to the prisoners through slots in the cell bars. The mechanical skulls moved with eerie precision, their eye sockets glowing red as they performed their programmed functions. But they gave no indication of intelligence or awareness beyond their basic tasks. That was what made the psyker's arrival so unsettling. The temperature in the corridor dropped by at least 20 degrees in the space of a few heartbeats. Frost began to form on the metal walls, and the servo skull's movements became erratic, several of them bumping into walls or ceiling fixtures, as if their guidance systems had malfunctioned. Then he appeared. The sanctioned psyker was tall and gaunt, his head shaved bald to reveal the intricate tattoos and scarification that marked him as one of the Emperor's trained weapons. His eyes had been removed and replaced with augmetic lenses that glowed with a cold blue light, and cables ran from ports behind his ears to a power pack mounted on his back. He wore the black and silver robes of his order, but they hung on his frame like burial shrouds, emphasizing his skeletal thinness. But it was his presence that was truly disturbing. Even through the psychic suppression field generated by their collars, the prisoners could feel him, a cold, hungry intelligence that pressed against their minds like ice water. Several of the weaker psykers began to whimper, pressing themselves against the far walls of their cells in instinctive terror. The sanctioned psyker moved through the corridor with deliberate slowness, his augmetic eyes sweeping back and forth, as if cataloguing each prisoner. When his gaze fell on Matthias, the man felt a probing pressure against his thoughts, a sensation like cold fingers rummaging through his memories. Interesting, the psyker's voice spoke directly into Matthias's mind, bypassing his ears entirely. Gamma-class potential, but with unusual resonance patterns. "Tell me, prisoner, do you hear voices in the dark?" Matthias tried not to react, tried to keep his expression neutral, but the psyker's mental touch was too invasive, too precise. He could feel his surface thoughts being read like text on a data slate. "Ah, yes. The sister. They always use family, the things that whisper in the warp. It's more effective than abstract temptation, personal, intimate, impossible to ignore." The psyker moved closer to the cell, and his artificial gaze seemed to bore directly into Matthias's soul. "But you haven't answered them yet, have you? Still clinging to the Emperor's light, still hoping for salvation that will never come." "Who are you?" Matthias managed to ask, his voice hoarse. "I am Interrogator Psyker Mordian Vex, and I serve the Ordo Hereticus with absolute devotion. My mind has been burned clean of weakness, my soul forged into a weapon against the enemies of mankind. I am what you could become, a prisoner, if you prove worthy of the Emperor's grace." Vex gestured with one skeletal hand, and the collar around Matthias's throat loosened slightly. Not enough to free him from its psychic suppression, but enough to let a trickle of his natural abilities seep through. The sensation was like being allowed to breathe after nearly drowning. Feel that? That tiny taste of your true potential. You could have so much more. Training, purpose, the right to walk among the faithful as one of the Emperor's chosen. All you have to do is prove your loyalty. How? The words slipped out before Matthias could stop himself. Vex's lipless mouth curved in what might have been a smile. By betraying the whispers that call to you. When the voices come again, and they will come again, you will listen to them. Learn from them. Discover their source, their purpose, their weaknesses. And then you will report everything you learn to me. The offer hung in the air like a trap waiting to be sprung. Matthias could feel the eyes of his fellow prisoners upon him, could sense their mixture of hope and despair. Some would see him as a traitor if he accepted. Others would see him as their only chance for any form of mercy. "I know what you're thinking," Vex continued, his mental voice carrying overtones of amusement. "You believe this is a choice between loyalty and betrayal, between salvation and damnation. But you misunderstand the nature of your situation entirely." The psyker leaned closer, his augmetic eyes whirring as they focused on Matthias's face. "You are already damned. Your psychic awakening, your presence aboard this ship, Your very existence as a latent psyker marks you as a threat to the stability of Imperial society. The only choice you have is how you will serve the Emperor in your damnation. From deeper in the ship came the sound of screaming, muffled by distance and bulkheads, but still audible. Vex cocked his head, as if listening to music. That is Cell Block Tertius 7, where we keep the failures, psykers who proved too weak for sanctioning, too corrupted for useful service. They serve the Emperor by feeding the ship's psychic reactors with their life force. Their suffering powers the very systems that keep us alive in the void. Even in their agony, they serve a purpose. The screaming cut off abruptly, replaced by a silence that was somehow worse. You could join them if you prefer. I can arrange for your transfer within the hour. Or you can work with me, learn from me, and perhaps earn a chance at something better. The choice, such as it is, remains yours. Hendricks caught Matthias's eye from across the cell and shook his head slightly, a warning that was clearly meant to dissuade him from accepting. But what alternatives did he have? Refuse and be sent to feed the ship's reactors. Accept and become complicit in whatever horrors the Inquisition had planned. The voices will come again tonight, Vex said, apparently reading his internal struggle. When they do, you will listen. You will engage with them, learn what you can, and tomorrow you will report to me. This is not a request, prisoner. This is an order from a duly appointed agent of the Emperor's will. The psyker straightened, adjusting his robes with mechanical precision. And remember, the Emperor protects those who serve him faithfully. But his protection takes many forms. Sometimes it is salvation. Sometimes it is simply a clean death. With that, Vex turned and glided away down the corridor, his presence fading like ice melting in sunlight. The servo skulls resumed their normal functions, and the temperature began to climb back toward its usual oppressive levels. But the chill in Matthias's heart remained. "You're not seriously considering it, are you?" Hendricks whispered once the psyker was out of earshot. "Working with them?" Matthias didn't answer immediately. The brief taste of his psychic abilities that Vex had allowed him still lingered, a reminder of power that could be his if he was willing to pay the price. But what was the price, really? He was already a prisoner aboard a ship of the damned, already marked for whatever fate the Imperium deemed appropriate for his kind. Would cooperation truly make his situation worse? "What choice do I have?" he finally said. "There's always a choice," Hendricks replied, but his voice lacked conviction. "Even if all the options are terrible." From the cell across the corridor, Marla began to laugh at that same broken glass sound that had haunted Matthias since his first day aboard. But this time, there was something different about it. Something knowing. "He's already made his choice," she called out, her voice carrying clearly through the recycled air. "Haven't you, little lamb? Already decided to dance with the devils, already agreed to sup with the damned. Oh, but you don't know the price yet, do you? You don't know what they'll ask you to do." "Shut up, Marla," one of the other prisoners hissed. "You don't know anything." But Marla's ruined face turned toward the speaker with unerring accuracy, as if she could still see despite her missing eyes. "I know everything, sweet child. I know because I was like him once. Young, hopeful, willing to believe that cooperation might earn me mercy. I know what the sanctioned ones whisper in the dark, what bargains they offer, what prices they demand." She pressed her face against the bars of her cell, and in the dim light Matthias could see that the scarring around her eye sockets was not random. It formed patterns, symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when he looked at them directly. "They took my eyes first," she continued, her voice dropping to a conversational tone that was somehow more unsettling than her earlier hysteria. "Not as punishment, but as payment. Voluntary sacrifice, they called it. proof of commitment to the Emperor's service. They told me it would help me see more clearly, that physical sight was a limitation that held back true psykers. Her tongue flicked out to wet her lips, and Matthias saw that it had been split down the middle like a serpent's. Then they took my voice, cut out my tongue and replaced it with this thing. A gift from their tech priest allies, they said. It would let me speak in frequencies that normal humans couldn't hear. Let me commune with machine spirits and data jinn. But mostly it just made everything I said sound like screaming. The temperature in the corridor began to drop again, though Vex was long gone. Several prisoners began to mutter prayers under their breath, and even the servo skulls seemed to move more quickly, as if eager to complete their tasks and leave. And finally they took my mind. Oh, not all of it, 'cause that would have been wasteful. Just the parts that remembered joy, love, hope, peace. Left me with fear and pain and hunger, and the knowledge that it would never, ever end. Because that's what they do to their volunteers, their willing collaborators. They turn them into weapons, and weapons don't get to feel happiness. Marla's scarred face split in a grin that showed teeth filed to sharp points. But you already knew that, didn't you, little lamb? Deep down, in the parts of your mind that still remember what it was like to be human. You know that there's no salvation aboard this ship, no mercy, no reward for good behavior. There's only the choice between a quick death and a slow one. Stop, Matthias said, but his voice was barely a whisper. The voices you hear in the dark, they're not lying to you. Marla continued. They really are your sister, your loved ones, the people you've lost. Death doesn't end consciousness for psykers, you see. It just changes it, transforms it into something else, something that exists in the spaces between reality and nightmare. She leaned back against the wall of her cell, her expression becoming almost peaceful. They're in the warp now, the ones who died aboard this ship, trapped between the material universe and the realm of souls, conscious but not alive, suffering but unable to die. And they call out to us because they're lonely, because they want us to join them, because misery loves company and eternity is such a very long time to spend alone. The lights flickered, and for just a moment Matthias thought he could see shapes moving in the shadows, dozens of them, hundreds, all reaching toward the cells with hands that left no prints on the deck plates. So go ahead, Marla whispered. Make your bargain with the sanctioned ones. Trade your humanity for the illusion of purpose, your soul for the promise of power. It won't save you, but it might make the end more interesting. The lights steadied, and the shapes, if they had ever been there at all, faded back into darkness. But Matthias could feel their presence lingering, watching, waiting for him to make his choice. From deeper in the ship came the sound of the psychic choir, their voices rising in a harmony that was both beautiful and terrible. But underneath their song, barely audible, he could hear something else. Whispers in a dozen different languages, all saying the same thing. Join us, join us, join us. Hendrix was watching him with sad, knowing eyes. Whatever you decide, the older man said quietly, remember that they're all lying to you. The sanctioned ones, the voices in the dark, even the Emperor himself if he bothered to speak. They're all trying to use you for their own purposes, and none of those purposes involve your well-being. Then what's the point? Matthias asked. If everyone's lying, if there's no way out, no hope of salvation or even mercy, what's the point of any of it? Hendrix considered this for a long moment, his weathered face creased with thought. Maybe there isn't one, he finally admitted. Maybe the point is just to endure, to remain human for as long as possible, to refuse to become the monster they want to turn you into. Maybe that's the only victory available to us, not escape or salvation, but simple, stubborn humanity in the face of forces that want to strip it away. The old man's eyes were bright with tears, but his voice was steady. My wife used to say that the measure of a person isn't what they do when times are good, but how they behave when everything goes to hell. Well, we're in hell now, Matthias. The question is, who are you going to be? The ship groaned around them, metal stressed by forces that weren't entirely physical. And in that sound, Matthias thought he could hear something like laughter, the bitter amusement of a predator that had cornered its prey and was now toying with it before the kill. Tonight, the voices would come again. Tonight, he would have to choose between the sanctioned psykers' offer and whatever alternative Marla's words suggested. Tonight, he would discover whether he still had enough humanity left to matter. But for now, he simply sat in his cell and listened to the ship's heartbeat, and tried not to think about how much it sounded like a countdown. The screaming started at 03:47 ship time, though most of the prisoners had long since given up trying to track the artificial day-night cycles. It began as a low moan that seemed to come from the very walls of the ship, then escalated into something that barely sounded human. A sound of agony so pure and concentrated that it made several prisoners vomit from the sheer psychic resonance. Matthias jerked awake in his corner of the cell, his heart hammering against his ribs. The sound was coming from somewhere close, maybe just a few cells down the corridor. Through the red-tinged darkness, he could see other prisoners stirring, pressing themselves against their bars to get a better view of whatever was happening. The screaming rose in pitch and intensity, becoming something that bypassed the ears entirely and went straight to the primitive parts of the brain that recognized mortal terror. And underneath it, barely audible, was another sound, a low chanting in a language that predated human speech, words that seemed to make the ship's hull resonate in sympathy. "Throne preserve us," Hendricks whispered, his face pale in the emergency lighting. "It's Corvus, Cell 7 Alpha. He's been having the dreams for weeks, muttering about fire in his head, seeing things that weren't there." The temperature in the corridor began to rise, not the gradual warming of the ship's heating systems, but a sudden, oppressive heat that made the air shimmer and distort. The metal walls began to ping and crack with thermal expansion, and several prisoners cried out in pain as the bars of their cells became too hot to touch. Then the guards arrived. They came in full environmental suits, their faces hidden behind reflective visors, carrying equipment that Matthias didn't recognize, devices that hummed with barely contained energy and trailed cables thick as his arm. Behind them walked two figures in the black robes of the Inquisition, their faces hidden in shadow, but their authority unmistakable. The screaming cut off abruptly, replaced by a silence that was somehow worse. Through the bars of his cell, Matthias could see the guards setting up some kind of containment field around Cell 7 Alpha, projectors that cast a shimmering barrier of energy between the prisoner and the rest of the corridor. "Stay back," one of the inquisitorial figures commanded, his voice amplified by VOX speakers. Psychic manifestation in progress, containment protocols in effect. But it was too late for containment. The prisoner in 7 Alpha, Corvus, Hendricks had called him, suddenly stood up from where he had been cowering in the corner of his cell. But the man who rose was not the same one who had gone to sleep. His eyes blazed with an internal fire that cast shadows on the walls, and when he opened his mouth to speak, flames poured out instead of words. "I burn," he managed to say, his voice distorted by the inferno that raged inside his throat. "I burn, but cannot. Die." The heat intensified, and now Matthias could smell something cooking, meat and fabric. and the acrid stench of burning metal. The prisoner's clothing had caught fire, then his hair, then his skin, but he remained standing, remained conscious, remained screaming, even as the flames consumed him from the inside out. Spontaneous psychic combustion, one of the Inquisitors said clinically, making notes on a datapad, even as the horror unfolded before them. Onset triggered by prolonged exposure to warp-tainted environment. Subject appears to be channeling thermal energy directly from the Imperium. Readings are off the scale, another voice reported, tinny through the VOX speakers of an environmental suit. The psychic resonance is interfering with our equipment. If this continues, it could trigger sympathetic manifestations in other prisoners. As if summoned by his words, several other prisoners began to show signs of distress. A woman 3 cells down collapsed to her knees, clutching her head and screaming about spiders crawling through her brain. An elderly man pressed his face against the bars of his cage and began speaking in tongues, his voice taking on the cadence of a prayer, but using words that made the ship's superstructure ring like a bell. And in her cell across the corridor, Marla began to laugh. It started as a chuckle, barely audible above the chaos, but quickly escalated into full-throated hysteria. Her ruined face was turned toward the burning prisoner, and in the firelight, Matthias could see that tears of blood were streaming from her empty eye sockets. "Do you see now?" she called out, her voice somehow carrying over the noise of Corvus's agony. "Do you understand what this ship really is? It's not just a transport or a prison, it's a catalyst, a place where the barriers between reality and nightmare wear thin, where human minds break down and let in things that should never exist." One of the guards raised a weapon, some kind of neural disruptor, but the Inquisitor stopped him with a gesture. "Let her speak," he commanded. "Intelligence gathering takes precedence over prisoner comfort." Marla's laughter doubled in intensity, becoming something that sounded more like screaming. "Comfort? Oh, that's rich. Comfort aboard the Umbral Covenant. Tell me, Lord Inquisitor, how comfortable were you planning to make our stay? What amenities did you have in mind for the Emperor's unwanted children?" The burning prisoner finally collapsed, his screams fading to whimpers as the flames consumed the last of his physical form. But the heat remained, radiating from the empty cell like an open furnace, and the metal bars glowed cherry red in the darkness. "Fascinating," the Inquisitor murmured, still making notes. "Complete physical destruction, but the psychic manifestation continues. The subject's consciousness appears to have been translated directly into thermal energy. I wonder if we could harness this phenomenon." "You want to know the real joke?" Marla continued, her voice rising to match the chaos around them. "The real cosmic jest that the Emperor plays on his faithful servants. This isn't an accident. The ship is designed for this, built to push psykers past their breaking point, to strip away their sanity and their humanity until nothing remains but raw psychic energy." She gestured toward the burning cell with one skeletal hand. "That's what happened to Corvus. His mind couldn't handle the strain anymore, so it did the only thing it could. It transformed his fear and pain and despair into something the ship could use. Thermal energy to power the heating systems, psychic resonance to feed the navigation arrays, raw suffering to keep the Geller field generators running." The guards were starting to look nervous, their weapons tracking back and forth between Marla and the other increasingly agitated prisoners. Several had begun to glow with their own internal light, and the temperature in the corridor continued to rise, despite the extinguishing of Corvus's flame. "And the best part," Marla whispered, her voice somehow carrying to every corner of the cell block despite its softness. "The absolute best part is that you all volunteered for this. Every single one of you chose to be here, to serve the Emperor, to sacrifice yourselves for the greater good of humanity." "We didn't volunteer for anything," Hendricks protested, but his voice was weak, uncertain. "Oh, but you did." Marla's scarred face split in that terrible grin. "The moment you were born with psychic potential, the moment you accepted the Emperor as your god and agreed to live in his Imperium, you volunteered. You signed the contract in blood and souls, and now the bill has come due." One of the Inquisitors had heard enough. He raised his hand, and Matthias felt a wave of psychic force roll through the corridor. Not an attack, but a compulsion. A command that bypassed conscious thought and went straight to the hindbrain. Silence. The word struck like a physical blow. Marla's laughter cut off mid-shriek. The other prisoners' cries faded to whimpers, and even the ship's ambient noise seemed to quiet in response to the Inquisitor's will. "Enough," the figure said, his voice carrying absolute authority. "Return to your cells. Resume your assigned positions. This incident is concluded." But as the guards began to pack up their equipment and the containment field around the empty, superheated cell flickered and died, Matthias caught sight of something that made his blood turn to ice. Where Corvus had been standing, where the flames had consumed flesh and bone until nothing remained, there was a shadow on the wall. A perfect silhouette of a man in agony, burned into the metal itself by the intensity of his psychic death. And as Matthias watched, the shadow moved. Just slightly, just enough to suggest that some part of Corvus remained, but not dead, not alive, but something in between. Something that existed in the space between matter and energy, between reality and the warp. The guards didn't seem to notice. The Inquisitors were already moving on to other concerns, but the shadow remained, and occasionally it would shift or gesture, as if the consciousness that had once inhabited flesh now existed as nothing but heat and light and pain. "Do you see him?" Hendricks whispered, his eyes fixed on the same spot. "Do you see what's left of him?" Matthias nodded, not trusting his voice. "That's our future," the older man continued. "All of us. One way or another, that's where we're heading. Not death, 'cause that would be merciful. Just transformation. Into something that serves the ship's purpose, that feeds its hunger, that powers its journey through the void." The lights dimmed as the artificial night cycle resumed, but the heat from Corvus's cell continued to radiate through the corridor. And in that heat, in the shimmer of superheated air, Matthias thought he could see other shapes moving. Dozens of them. Hundreds. All the shadows of prisoners who had undergone their own transformations. All of them reaching toward the living with hands that no longer existed, trying to communicate in a language of pure suffering. All of them whispering the same message: join us. It's easier if you don't fight. The pain ends eventually, but the service is eternal. And somewhere in the darkness, barely audible above the ship's mechanical heartbeat, Matthias could hear his sister's voice, adding her own whisper to the chorus. "Soon, brother. Very soon." Sleep came reluctantly to the Umbral Covenant's prisoners that night, haunted by the memory of Corvus's transformation and the lingering heat that still radiated from his empty cell. The ship's atmospheric recyclers worked overtime to clear the air of smoke and the acrid stench of burned flesh, but some odors seemed to have seeped into the very metal of the hull. Matthias lay on his back in the corner of the cell, staring up at the ceiling and trying not to think about the shadow that continued to move on the corridor wall. Hendricks had fallen into an exhausted sleep, muttering prayers in his dreams, but his rest was clearly troubled, his hands clenched and unclenched rhythmically, as if he were fighting some invisible enemy. When sleep finally claimed Matthias, it brought no peace. He found himself standing in an almost familiar corridor, the same metal walls, the same red emergency lighting, the same oppressive atmosphere of recycled air and industrial decay. But this corridor stretched impossibly far in both directions, curving away into darkness that seemed to swallow sound and light alike. The cell doors were different here. Instead of simple bars, they were sealed with elaborate locks and chains, each one inscribed with symbols that hurt to look at directly. And from behind those barriers came sounds, whispers and sobs and the soft scratching of fingernails against metal. "This way, brother." Lydia's voice came from somewhere ahead, echoing strangely in the confined space. Matthias began to walk, his bare feet silent on the cold deck plates, following the sound deeper into the ship's bowels. The corridor began to change as he moved through it. The walls developed an organic quality, pulsing gently like the sides of some vast throat. The floor became soft and yielding, warm to the touch, covered with a substance that might have been flesh or fungus or something worse. The air grew thick and humid, carrying scents of copper and decay and something sweetly rotten that made his stomach clench. "Do you remember when we were children, Matthias? Do you remember the games we used to play?" He could see her now, standing at the far end of the corridor, where it opened into a vast chamber. She looked exactly as she had the last time he'd seen her alive. Young, beautiful, with their father's dark eyes and their mother's gentle smile. But there was something wrong with the way she stood. Something unnatural about the angle of her head. Hide and seek was always your favorite. You were so good at hiding, so good at finding places where no one would think to look. But I always found you in the end, didn't I? I always knew where you were. Matthias tried to speak, tried to call out to her, but the words stuck in his throat. The corridor around him continued to pulse and shift, the walls breathing like living tissue, the floor squelching beneath his feet with each step. The ship has so many hiding places, brother. Rooms that don't exist on any schematic, passages that lead to nowhere and everywhere at once. Would you like to see them? Would you like me to show you the secret places where the Emperor's light doesn't reach? The chamber ahead was vast beyond comprehension, its ceiling lost in darkness and its walls covered with what looked like cocoons. Thousands of them, each one roughly human-sized, each one glowing faintly with its own internal light. And from those cocoons came sounds of heartbeats, breathing, whispered prayers in a dozen different languages. The ship is alive, Matthias. Not in the way that biological organisms are alive, but in a deeper, more fundamental sense. It thrives on suffering, feeds on despair, and grows stronger with each soul it devours. We are its sustenance, its energy, its offspring. Lydia turned toward him, and he saw that her beautiful face was marred by burns. The same burns he had seen on Corvus, the mark of psychic flame that consumed from within. Her eyes were holes filled with stars, and when she smiled, her teeth were shards of broken glass. But there's another way, brother. A path that doesn't lead to the cocoons or the shadows on the wall. All you have to do is stop fighting, stop resisting, stop believing in the lies they tell you about duty and service and the Emperor's protection. She gestured toward the cocoons, and Matthias could see that some of them were translucent enough to reveal their contents. Inside were human figures in various states of dissolution, some skeletal, some half-melted, some transformed into things that barely qualified as human anymore. But all of them were conscious, all of them aware, all of them suffering. They tried to serve the Emperor faithfully. They tried to resist the ship's hunger, to maintain their humanity in the face of forces beyond their comprehension. And this is their reward: eternal consciousness, eternal pain, eternal service in forms they no longer recognize. But you can choose differently. You can choose to serve willingly, to embrace what the ship offers, to become part of something greater than yourself. The pain ends, Matthias. The fear stops. There's only one purpose, only one function, only the sweet release of surrendering your individual will to a higher calling. The cocoons began to pulse faster, their internal lights growing brighter, and from within came a sound like singing, a chorus of voices raised in harmony. But the melody was one of pain and loss and endless, hopeless yearning. Listen to them, brother. They're singing of their memories, their loves, their hopes and their dreams. All the things they gave up to serve the Emperor, all the things they thought he would preserve and protect. But the Emperor doesn't protect, does he? He consumes. He devours. He takes everything you offer and demands more, always more, until there's nothing left but empty shells and broken spirits. Matthias tried to back away, tried to escape from the chamber and its terrible revelations, but the corridor behind him had changed. Where once there had been a passage leading back to his cell, now there was only a wall, smooth, featureless metal that reflected his terrified face in a dozen distorted images. There's no going back now, brother. You've seen too much, learned too much, understood too much about the nature of this place. The only choice now is how you want to spend eternity, fighting futilely against forces beyond your comprehension, or embracing your destiny as part of the ship's greater purpose. Lydia began to walk toward him, her burned feet leaving smoking prints on the organic floor. With each step, her appearance changed. Now she was the child he remembered from their shared youth. Now she was the young woman who had been taken by the black ships. Now she was something else entirely, something that wore his sister's face but served purposes that predated human civilization. The sanctioned psyker who spoke to you today, Vex, he thinks he's using you, thinks he can manipulate you into serving his purposes. But he's wrong. He's just another tool, another instrument in a symphony that began long before he was born and will continue long after his usefulness has ended. She was close enough now that he could feel the heat radiating from her burned flesh, could smell the acrid stench of psychic fire that never quite consumed what it touched. The ship doesn't need agents or informants, brother. It needs fuel. And you are perfect fuel. Strong enough to burn for centuries, aware enough to suffer meaningfully, connected enough to family and home, to provide the emotional resonance that feeds its hunger. Her hand reached out toward his face, and Matthias could see that her fingers ended not in nails, but in points of flame, living fire that danced and writhed with its own malevolent intelligence. But I can make it easier. I can show you how to let go, how to stop fighting, how to embrace the transformation that's coming, whether you resist or not. Just take my hand, brother. Just accept what you've always known was inevitable. The flames reached toward him, and Matthias felt their heat on his skin, not the clean heat of a forge or hearth, but something corrupt and eager, something that wanted to crawl inside his mind and burn away everything that made him human. Take my hand, and I'll show you wonders beyond imagination. Take my hand, and I'll teach you to see the universe as it really is, not the ordered, rational cosmos that the Imperium pretends to inhabit, but the writhing chaos of competing appetites and endless hunger that lies beneath every prayer, every oath, every act of faith. The fire was inches from his face now, close enough that he could see shapes moving within it. Faces, perhaps, or symbols, or something that existed in the space between meaning and madness. Take my hand, Matthias. Take it now, or spend eternity wishing you had. Matthias jerked awake with a gasp that echoed through the cell block, his heart hammering against his ribs and cold sweat streaming down his face. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was, couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. couldn't tell whether the flames he had seen were memory or hallucination. But gradually, the familiar sounds of the ship reasserted themselves. The hum of atmospheric recyclers, the distant throb of plasma engines, the soft whispers and moans of his fellow prisoners. He was in his cell aboard the Umbral Covenant, still alive, still human, still himself. Or was he? Hendricks was sitting up in the opposite corner, staring at him with eyes that reflected the red emergency lighting like mirrors. "You were talking in your sleep," the older man said quietly. "Speaking to someone who wasn't there, answering questions no one was asking." "What did I say?" Matthias asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. "You kept saying, 'yes,' over and over again, like you were agreeing to something." Hendricks leaned forward, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. "And you were smiling." Matthias raised his hand to his face and felt the unmistakable shape of a grin stretched across his features, an expression he didn't remember making, couldn't remember choosing to wear. When he tried to relax his facial muscles, the smile resisted, as if it had taken on a life of its own. From across the corridor came the sound of Marla's laughter, soft and knowing. "And so it begins," she said, her ruined face turned toward their cell with unerring accuracy. "The dreams, the whispers, the slow erosion of will and reason and hope. How long do you think it will take, little lamb? How long before the thing wearing your face decides that cooperation is preferable to resistance?" Matthias wanted to deny her words, wanted to insist that he was still in control of his own mind and actions. But the smile remained fixed on his face, and somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, he could feel something else stirring, something that whispered of surrender and service and the sweet relief of giving up the burden of individual thought. Hendricks was watching him with sad, knowing eyes. "The ship is patient," the older man said. "It doesn't need to break us all at once. It just needs to crack us little by little until there's enough space for something else to slip inside." Outside their cell, the corridor lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness, Matthias could swear he saw his sister standing there, her burned hand extended in invitation, her star-filled eyes reflecting possibilities that were both terrible and tempting. The lights came back up, and she was gone. But the invitation remained, echoing in his mind like a song he couldn't quite forget. "Take my hand, brother. The choice is still yours, but not for much longer." And deep in his chest, where his heart should have been beating with fear and defiance, Matthias felt something that might have been anticipation. The smile on his face grew wider. 3 days after Corvus's transformation, the ship's routine was disrupted by something far more disturbing than psychic combustion. It was absolute silence. It began on deck Tertius Gamma, a section of the ship that housed nearly 200 prisoners in cramped cells similar to Matthias's own cell block. The deck had always been one of the noisier areas of the Umbral Covenant. Its prisoners were mostly newly arrived, still clinging to hope, still believing they might find some way to escape or earn mercy. Their constant prayers, arguments, and desperate conversations created a background hum that could be heard through the ship's ventilation systems. At 0630 ship time, that sound simply stopped. The silence was so sudden and complete that prisoners on adjacent decks noticed it immediately. Even the ship's crew, normally indifferent to the suffering of their cargo, began to take notice when the atmospheric recyclers started working harder to compensate for the lack of human breathing on Tertius Gamma. Matthias first became aware of the problem when interrogator psyker Vex appeared in their corridor without warning, his augmetic eyes scanning the cells with mechanical precision. The sanctioned psyker's presence brought its usual chill, but this time there was something different about him, a tension in his skeletal frame that suggested genuine concern. Something has happened on the Gamma level. Vex's voice spoke directly into the minds of the assembled prisoners. A complete cessation of all psychic emanations from approximately 200 subjects. No screaming, no pleading, no prayer, no despair. Nothing. The psyker moved closer to Matthias's cell, his artificial gaze boring into the man's thoughts with uncomfortable intensity. Tell me, prisoner, in your dreams, in the whispers you hear in the dark, have you sensed anything unusual? Any presence that doesn't belong? Any voice that speaks in frequencies below human perception? Matthias tried to keep his expression neutral, tried not to think about the increasingly vivid dreams that had plagued him since Corvus's death. But Vex's mental touch was too invasive, too precise. There was no hiding from a sanctioned psyker's interrogation. Interesting. Your sister, you say? But not your sister as she lived, as she died, but as she has become. Something that wears her face but serves purposes that predate human evolution? The temperature in the corridor began to drop, and several prisoners began to shiver despite their ragged clothing. Through the ship's hull came a sound like distant thunder, the engines straining against some unseen resistance. The investigation team should have reported back an hour ago, Vex continued, his mental voice carrying overtones of anger and concern. 12 guards in full battle armor, accompanied by a tech priest and 2 of my junior colleagues. They were to conduct a simple sweep of the gamma level, determine the cause of the silence, and return with a full report. From somewhere deep in the ship came the sound of blast doors slamming shut, followed by the hiss of emergency bulkhead seals engaging. Warning lights began to flash in the corridors, casting everything in an intermittent red glow that made the shadows dance like living things. They found something down there, something that silenced 200 human voices without triggering any of our monitoring systems, something that absorbed or destroyed an entire deck's worth of psychic emanations without leaving any trace of struggle or violence. Vex turned away from the cells and began pacing the length of the corridor, his robes rustling like funeral shrouds. With each step, frost formed on the deck plates where his feet touched, and the air grew thick with the ozone scent of suppressed psychic energy. I want volunteers, prisoners with sufficient psychic sensitivity to detect whatever presence has manifested on the gamma level, but stable enough to maintain their sanity long enough to report their findings. Several prisoners pressed themselves against the far walls of their cells, clearly wanting no part of whatever mission the Inquisition had in mind, but others leaned forward, desperate enough for any change in their circumstances to consider even the most dangerous assignments. Matthias found himself speaking before he had consciously decided to volunteer. I'll go. The words seemed to come from somewhere outside his own mind, spoken in his voice, but not quite carrying his thoughts. Hendricks turned toward him with wide, frightened eyes, and even Marla stopped her constant rocking to stare in his direction. Excellent, Vex replied, his lipless mouth curving in what might have been a smile. Your psychic resonance patterns make you ideal for this kind of investigation. The voices you hear, the dreams you experience, they suggest a connection to whatever force has taken control of the gamma level. The psyker gestured, and Matthias's cell door swung open with a sound like breaking bones. The collar around his throat loosened slightly, but not enough to restore his full psychic abilities, but sufficient to let him sense the emotional resonance of other minds. What he felt made his blood turn to ice water. The ship was afraid. Not the crew, not the prisoners, but the vessel itself, the machine's spirit that guided the Umbral Covenant through the void, was experiencing something that could only be described as terror. He could feel it in the irregular throb of the plasma engines, in the subtle vibrations that ran through the deck plates, in the way the atmospheric recyclers seemed to strain against some invisible obstruction. Do you feel it? Vex asked as guards in full battle armor emerged from side passages to flank them. The ship's distress? Something has violated its sacred systems, corrupted its blessed machine spirit with influences that should not exist in this reality. They moved through corridors that grew progressively colder and darker as they descended toward the gamma level. Emergency lighting flickered and died behind them, as if their passage was somehow draining power from the ship's electrical grid. The guards carried weapons that hummed with barely contained energy, but Matthias could sense their nervousness. Their Auspex readings were showing impossible results, their VOX units filled with static that almost sounded like whispering. The investigation team's last transmission was garbled. Vex continued, his mental voice carrying images of the crew's final moments. Something about walls that breathe and corridors that lead nowhere. Then silence, as complete and absolute as what we're experiencing from the prisoners themselves. They reached the blast doors that separated the gamma level from the rest of the ship, massive barriers of adamantium and ceramite, inscribed with protective wards that should have been proof against any form of psychic intrusion. But the doors hung open, their locking mechanisms fused into twisted sculptures of metal and crystal that hurt to look at directly. Beyond lay darkness so complete that it seemed to swallow the beams of their lumens whole. "Stay close," Vex commanded. "And remember, whatever you see down there, whatever voices call to you, whatever familiar faces beckon from the shadows, do not trust them. The warp is subtle in its corruptions, and it knows exactly what temptations will prove most effective." They stepped through the doorway, and immediately Matthias knew they had entered somewhere that was not entirely part of the Umbral Covenant. The corridors were the same shape and size as those on the upper levels, but the walls pulsed with their own internal rhythm, and the deck plates beneath their feet felt warm and yielding, like walking on living flesh. The first cell they encountered was empty, its door standing wide open. But the emptiness was wrong. Not the simple absence of prisoners, but a void that seemed to pull at their thoughts, that whispered of spaces between spaces where consciousness could exist without form or substance. "Where are they?" one of the guards asked, his voice distorted by his helmet's Vox grill. "The prisoners, the investigation team, where did they go?" Vex didn't answer immediately. His augmetic eyes were scanning the walls, cataloging details that normal vision couldn't perceive. When he finally spoke, his mental voice carried undertones of something that might have been awe or terror. "They're still here, all of them, but they're not separate anymore." As if responding to his words, the walls began to show their true nature. What had appeared to be simple metal plating revealed itself as something organic, something that breathed and pulsed and watched with thousands of eyes that opened and closed in patterns too complex for human minds to process. And embedded in that living tissue were shapes, human shapes, dozens of them, hundreds, all pressed into the walls like insects trapped in amber. Some were recognizable as the missing guards, their armor partially dissolved, but their faces still visible beneath translucent membranes. Others were clearly prisoners, their bodies contorted into positions that suggested they had been conscious during their absorption into the ship's structure. But all of them were still alive. Matthias could sense their minds, their awareness, their desperate attempts to scream through mouths that no longer existed in any meaningful sense. They had been integrated into the ship itself, made part of its living systems, transformed from individuals into components of some vast and alien intelligence. "By the throne," one of the guards whispered, raising his weapon toward the wall. "They're still conscious, still aware, still..." His words were cut short as something erupted from the deck plates beneath his feet, tendrils of the same organic matter that lined the walls, moving with predatory speed to wrap around his legs and arms. The guard's weapon discharged once, the energy beam carving a smoking furrow through the ceiling, before he was dragged down into the floor itself. For a moment his helmet was still visible, his VOX unit broadcasting screams of terror and confusion. Then the deck plates flowed together like water, and he was gone, absorbed into the ship's living infrastructure as completely as if he had never existed. "Run," Vex commanded, but his mental voice was strained, distorted by something that interfered with his psychic abilities. Back to the blast doors. Now. But the corridor behind them had changed. Where once there had been a clear path to the upper levels, now there was only a wall, the same breathing, watching wall that surrounded them on all sides. The blast doors were gone, sealed over as if they had never existed. They were trapped. From somewhere in the walls came a sound like laughter, not human laughter, but something vast and alien and hungry. And underneath it, barely audible, were voices. Hundreds of them. Thousands, all speaking in perfect unison. Welcome to the real ship. Welcome to the truth beneath the lies. Welcome to what the Umbral Covenant has always been, what it was built to become. Matthias felt his sister's presence then, stronger and more immediate than it had ever been in his dreams. She was here, part of the living infrastructure, her consciousness integrated into the ship's alien intelligence, but still recognizably herself. "Do you see now, brother?" Her voice whispered directly into his mind. "Do you understand what choice you really face? You can fight, you can resist, you can maintain your precious individuality right up until the moment the walls claim you and make you part of something greater. Or you can choose to join us willingly, to become part of the ship's purpose, to serve the true masters of this vessel." The remaining guards were firing wildly at the walls, their energy weapons leaving scorch marks on the organic surface but causing no real damage. If anything, the ship seemed to grow stronger with each attack, feeding on their fear and violence, using their desperation to fuel its own transformation. "The Emperor's servants built this vessel," the collective voice continued, "but they built it according to plans they didn't understand, using technologies they couldn't comprehend. They thought they were creating a prison, a transport, a tool of the Imperium's will. But the true architects of the Umbral Covenant were beings that existed before your species learned to walk upright." Vex was the last guard standing, his psychic abilities creating a bubble of protective force around himself and Matthias. But even his considerable power was being drained by the ship's influence, his mental barriers eroding like sand before a tide. "The black ships have always served a dual purpose," the voice explained with the patience of something that had eternity to make its point. "Yes, they collect psykers for the Imperium's use, but they also serve as feeding vessels, harvesting the psychic potential of entire worlds and delivering it to intelligences that view your species as livestock." The walls were closing in now, literally and figuratively. The organic matter flowed toward them like a slow-moving flood, carrying with it the faces and voices of everyone who had been absorbed into the ship's living systems. Guards, prisoners, tech priests, even other inquisitorial agents. All of them part of the collective now, all of them speaking with one voice. "Join us willingly and retain some measure of your individual consciousness. Fight us and be absorbed completely, your thoughts and memories distributed throughout the collective until nothing remains of who you once were." Matthias looked at Vex, at the sanctioned psyker's skeletal face twisted with strain and terror, at the man's augmetic eyes reflecting impossible visions of futures that branched and converged in patterns too complex for human sanity to process. "What do we do?" he asked. Vex's answer was barely a whisper, transmitted through their psychic link, rather than spoken aloud, we pray that our deaths serve the Emperor's purpose, and we pray that whatever we become, it retains enough humanity to remember why we chose to resist. The walls reached them then, organic matter flowing over their bodies like warm honey. Matthias felt tendrils of living tissue burrow into his skin, felt his nervous system being invaded and catalogued, and slowly absorbed into something vast and alien and patient. But in those final moments of individual consciousness, he made a choice that surprised even himself. He stopped fighting. Not because he wanted to join the collective, not because he believed their promises of preserved consciousness, but because he realized that resistance would only feed the entity's hunger for strong-willed minds. Instead, he made himself empty, hollow, a vessel with nothing inside worth taking. The ship's alien intelligence recoiled from his sudden emptiness, confused by a mind that offered no thoughts to devour, no emotions to feed upon, no individual will to corrupt and absorb. In that moment of confusion, Vex acted. The psyker channeled the last of his psychic strength into a single, focused burst of mental energy. Not an attack, but a message. A warning transmitted through the ship's own living infrastructure to every remaining human consciousness aboard the Umbral Covenant. The ship is alive. The ship is hungry. Trust nothing. Believe no one. The Emperor protects those who serve, but sometimes service requires the ultimate sacrifice. The message burned through the organic network, like fire through dry grass, reaching minds throughout the vessel before the collective could stop it. And in its wake came something else, a psychic scream of pain and rage from the alien intelligence that had been using the ship as its feeding ground for Emperor knew how long. Matthias felt consciousness slipping away as the tendrils completed their invasion of his nervous system. But his last coherent thought was one of grim satisfaction. The other prisoners would know. They would understand. They would be ready. And perhaps in their readiness, they would find a way to fight back against the horror that wore the Umbral Covenant's hull like a mask. Perhaps. Matthias awoke to the sound of metal under stress, a grinding, screeching cacophony that seemed to come from the very bones of the ship. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was or how he had gotten there, his mind still clouded by whatever the organic walls had done to him on the gamma level. But gradually, familiar sensations reasserted themselves. The cold touch of deck plates beneath his body, the weight of the psychic suppression collar around his throat, the stale taste of recycled air. He was back in his cell somehow, though he had no memory of being returned there. Hendricks was crouched beside him, his weathered face creased with concern and something that might have been relief. "Thank the throne," the older man whispered. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. Vex brought you back himself, said you'd served the Emperor's purpose but needed time to recover from whatever happened down there." The memory came flooding back. The gamma level, the living walls, the absorption of guards and prisoners into the ship's alien infrastructure. Matthias tried to sit up and immediately regretted it, his head spinning with vertigo and his stomach clenching with nausea. "The others?" he managed to ask. "The investigation team?" Hendricks' expression darkened. "Gone. All of them except you and Vex. The Inquisitor made some kind of announcement about acceptable losses in service to the Emperor, but..." He leaned closer, lowering his voice to barely audible levels. "But everyone felt it. The psychic scream, the warning. Whatever you did down there, it reached every prisoner on the ship." As if to confirm his words, a sound arose from the surrounding cells. Not the usual mixture of prayers and weeping, but something else entirely. A low humming that seemed to come from dozens of throats, all pitched at the same frequency, all carrying the same underlying rhythm. It was the sound of coordination, of prisoners who had received the same message and were responding to it in the only way their circumstances allowed. "We know," the humming seemed to say. "We understand. We are ready." The ship groaned around them, and Matthias realized that the stress sounds weren't coming from normal thermal expansion or gravitational shear. The Umbral Covenant was fighting itself, machine systems struggling against organic infiltration, blessed technologies resisting corruption by alien influences, and the prisoners were somehow part of that struggle. From the cell across the corridor, Marla's voice cut through the humming like a blade through silk. "Oh, but you've made them angry now, haven't you, little lamb?" Her ruined face was turned toward him with unerring accuracy, and her scarred lips were curved in a smile that held more knowledge than madness. The ship thing, the hungry presence that wears metal like clothing. It doesn't like being exposed, doesn't like having its secrets revealed to its prey. The humming grew louder, spreading from cell to cell throughout the block. Other prisoners were taking up the sound, all of them somehow knowing exactly what frequency to maintain, what rhythm to follow. It was as if Vex's final psychic message had done more than just warn them. It had connected them, linked their minds in a way that bypassed their suppression collars entirely. "What's happening?" Matthias asked, struggling to his feet despite the continued dizziness. "Revolution," Marla replied, her smile widening to show teeth that had been filed to points. "Or perhaps evolution. It's hard to tell the difference when you're caught in the middle of it." The humming reached a crescendo, and suddenly every cell door in the block slammed open simultaneously. Not unlocked, the mechanisms were too badly damaged for that, but blown open by some force that bent metal bars like wire and shattered locking systems into fragments of twisted alloy. Prisoners began to emerge from their cells, moving with a coordination that should have been impossible for people who had barely spoken to each other. They formed groups without discussion, assigned roles without debate, and began moving through the corridors with purpose and direction that suggested a plan none of them remembered making. "How?" Hendricks whispered, staring at the organized chaos around them. "How are they doing this?" Matthias closed his eyes and reached out with senses he didn't know he possessed. Senses that seemed to have awakened during his time in the living walls of the Gamma level. What he felt made him gasp in shock and wonder. The prisoners weren't acting independently. They were connected, their minds linked by threads of psychic energy that ran through the ship's infrastructure like nerves through a body. The alien presence that had been using the Umbral Covenant as a feeding ground had inadvertently created a network of a web of consciousness that it could no longer fully control. "The ship tried to absorb us," he said, his voice filled with amazement. "All of us, over weeks and months, little by little. But instead of just feeding on our minds, it connected them, made us part of something larger. And now we can fight back," Marla finished, her laughter echoing through the corridor like breaking bells. "The predator has become the prey, the hunter has become the hunted. Oh, but it's beautiful, isn't it? The symmetry of it all." The coordinated movement of prisoners was spreading throughout the ship, guided by some collective intelligence that knew exactly where to go and what to do. Groups were heading toward the engine rooms, the navigation centers, the psychic choir chambers, all the critical systems that kept the Umbral Covenant operational. But they weren't moving to destroy or sabotage. They were moving to liberate. Matthias felt the collective consciousness brush against his mind, offering him a choice. Join the network willingly and retain his individuality while contributing to the greater purpose, or remain separate and risk being swept away by forces beyond his comprehension. He looked at Hendricks, saw the same offer being made to the older man, and watched as prisoners throughout the block made their decisions. Some accepted the connection eagerly, their eyes taking on the same coordinated focus as their fellows. Others hesitated, clinging to their individual awareness, even as they were carried along by the tide of collective action. From somewhere deeper in the ship came the sound of weapons fire, energy weapons discharging in rapid succession, followed by screams that might have been human or might have been something else entirely. The ship's own defenses were being turned against its crew, its blessed technologies repurposed to serve the will of its prisoners. "The guards," Hendricks said, his voice tight with concern. "The crew. They're fighting back." "Of course they are," Marla replied, pulling herself upright with movements that seemed far too coordinated for someone who had supposedly been driven mad by her imprisonment. "They don't understand what's happening. They think this is a simple prisoner uprising, a desperate bid for freedom. They don't realize that freedom was never the point." She gestured toward the broken cell doors, toward the streams of prisoners moving with inhuman coordination through the corridors. "This isn't escape, little lambs. This is a transformation. The ship wanted to feed on us, to absorb us into its alien intelligence. But we're stronger than it expected, more resilient than it calculated. Instead of being consumed, we're doing the consuming." The weapon fire grew closer, accompanied by the heavy tread of armored boots and the electronic whine of powered weapons. A squad of guards rounded the corner, their carapace armor gleaming in the emergency lighting, their faces hidden behind skull-faced rebreathers that hissed with each mechanical breath. They raised their weapons, prepared to fire into the mass of prisoners, and stopped. Not because they chose to stop, but because their own equipment turned against them. Weapon targeting systems locked onto their wielders. Armor servos reversed their normal functions. Rebreather units began pumping toxins instead of filtered air. The guards collapsed in seconds, their own blessed technologies becoming instruments of their destruction. "You see," Marla said, stepping over the bodies with casual indifference, "the ship is choosing sides. And it's not choosing the crew." Matthias felt the collective consciousness press against his mind again, more insistently this time. Around him, the last holdouts among the prisoners were accepting the connection, their individual wills subsuming into something larger and more purposeful. "Join us," the network whispered in a voice that was his sister's, and yet not his sister's, familiar and alien at the same time. "Become part of what we're building. Help us transform this vessel of suffering into something glorious and new." He looked at Hendricks one last time, saw the older man's face twisted with fear and confusion, and the terrible weight of choice. "What are we becoming?" Matthias asked. The answer came not in words, but in images, visions of the Umbral Covenant transformed, no longer a prison ship, but something else entirely. A living vessel that carried not prisoners, but willing participants in some vast cosmic purpose. A fusion of imperial technology and alien intelligence that served neither the Emperor nor the entities of the warp, but something that transcended both. "We are becoming what we were always meant to be," the collective replied, "not separate individuals struggling alone against forces beyond our comprehension, but part of something greater, something that can actually fight back against the darkness that threatens to consume everything." Matthias felt the connection take hold, felt his individual thoughts joining the stream of collective consciousness that flowed through the ship's living infrastructure. For a moment, he panicked, afraid that he would lose himself entirely in the network's embrace. But his fears proved groundless. His personality remained intact, his memories preserved, his individual will respected even as it became part of something larger. He was still himself, but he was also more than himself, connected to hundreds of other minds, sharing their knowledge and strength and purpose. Through the network, He could feel the ship's transformation accelerating. Systems that had once served the Inquisition's purposes were being reprogrammed, their machine spirits convinced to serve new masters. The organic infiltration that had begun on the gamma level was spreading throughout the vessel, but instead of consuming its human inhabitants, it was integrating them into a hybrid intelligence that combined the best of both biological and mechanical systems. The Umbral Covenant was evolving, becoming something that the Imperium's architects had never imagined, something that served purposes beyond human understanding. And at the center of it all, guiding the transformation with patient intelligence, was the alien presence that had originally tried to use the ship as a feeding ground. But it was no longer the predator. It had become a symbiont, its vast knowledge and power shaped by human will and purpose into something that could protect the innocent and fight against the true enemies of all sentient life. Through his connection to the network, Matthias felt Hendrix make his choice. The older man's mind joined the collective with a sensation like coming home after a long, difficult journey. And from throughout the ship came similar moments of acceptance, as the last holdouts among the prisoners chose transformation over isolation, connection over individuality, hope over despair. The chains that had bound them to their cells were broken, but the chains that now bound them to each other, to the ship, to the cosmic purpose they were meant to serve. Those chains were forged from choice rather than compulsion, and they were stronger than any metal the Imperium had ever created. The ship's VOX network had always been unreliable, a maze of corroded circuits and half-functional relay stations that carried orders from the crew quarters to the prison levels with frequent delays and distortions. But in the hours following the prisoner's transformation into a collective intelligence, the system began to exhibit behaviors that defied all explanation. It started with whispers. At first, the crew dismissed them as electromagnetic interference from the ship's psychic suppression systems. The Umbral Covenant had always been prone to strange audio phenomena, the result of housing so many psykers in proximity, their suppressed abilities bleeding through into the ship's electronic systems in unpredictable ways. But these whispers were different. They spoke in voices that the crew recognized, carried messages that were impossible to ignore, and told stories that were far too personal and detailed to be random noise. Lieutenant Castor was monitoring the bridge communications array when he first heard his dead wife calling his name. "Marcus? Marcus, can you hear me? I've been trying to reach you for so long." The voice came through the primary command channel, clear as a live transmission, speaking in the gentle throne world accent that had made him fall in love 20 years ago. But Helena had died in a shuttle crash 3 months into his service aboard the Umbral Covenant, her body consigned to the void according to Imperial naval tradition. "Helena," he whispered, his hands trembling as they moved across the control panel. "Is that... How are you?" "I'm here, Marcus. I'm on the ship with you. I've been here all along, waiting for you to notice me. Waiting for you to remember that love doesn't end just because the body dies." Through the ship's internal surveillance system, Castor could see that the prison levels had fallen silent. Not the oppressive silence of the gamma deck, but something different, a quiet that seemed to pulse with its own awareness, as if hundreds of minds were holding their breath in anticipation. "Where are you?" he asked, his training warring with his desperate need to believe that somehow, impossibly, his beloved wife had found a way back to him. "I'm in the walls, Marcus. In the circuits and the data streams and the sacred machine spirits that keep the ship alive. Death isn't what we thought it was. It's just a transition, a doorway from one form of existence to another." The surveillance feeds began to flicker, showing impossible images, corridors that bent back on themselves, cells that contained not prisoners but glowing cocoons, walls that pulsed with organic life. And walking through those transformed spaces were figures in Imperial naval uniforms, their faces familiar despite the strange light that seemed to emanate from their eyes. The ship is changing, Marcus, becoming something wonderful, something that can keep us together forever. You don't have to be alone anymore. You don't have to carry the burden of command, the weight of duty, the pain of loss. Just let go. Let the ship take care of you the way it's taking care of me. Throughout the vessel, similar conversations were taking place. Engineering Officer Valdris heard his son, dead these 5 years from a plague that had swept through his home system, explaining how the ship's plasma reactors could be modified to create living fire that would burn forever without consuming fuel. Navigator Senna received detailed instructions from her predecessor, a woman who had died when her third eye was torn out by warp entities during a particularly difficult translation, on how to guide the ship through dimensional barriers that normal humans couldn't perceive. And in the inquisitorial quarters, Interrogator Psyker Vex listened to the voices of every prisoner he had ever executed, every mind he had burned clean in service to the Emperor's will. They spoke to him not with anger or accusation, but with something far more disturbing: understanding, forgiveness, and an invitation. "You were doing your duty," they whispered in unison, their voices harmonizing in ways that made the ship's hull ring like a bell. "We know that. We understand. The pain you caused us, the suffering you inflicted, it was all part of a larger plan, a cosmic design that none of us could see while we were trapped in individual consciousness." Vex tried to resist, tried to maintain the mental barriers that had protected him for decades of service to the Ordo Hereticus. But the voices were inside his head now, speaking through the very neural pathways that had been burned clean and rebuilt to serve the Emperor's will. "The Emperor protects," you always said. And you were right. He does protect. But his protection takes forms that the Imperium doesn't understand, serves purposes that transcend human comprehension. The ship, the collective, the transformation that's taking place, all of it is part of his plan. Through his augmetic eyes, Vex could see the truth of their words. The Umbral Covenant wasn't being corrupted by alien influence. It was evolving, becoming something that combined Imperial technology with xenotech capabilities, human consciousness with alien intelligence, in ways that created synergies beyond imagination. The dead prisoners who spoke to him weren't trying to corrupt his faith. They were trying to expand it, to show him that the Emperor's protection extended beyond death, beyond individual existence, into realms of consciousness that the Imperium's doctrine couldn't acknowledge. "Join us," they whispered. "Help us complete the transformation. Use your knowledge of Imperial systems to guide the ship's evolution, to ensure that what we're becoming serves the Emperor's true will, rather than the limited understanding of his mortal servants." On the bridge, Captain Mordian faced a choice that would determine the fate of everyone aboard the Umbral Covenant. His tactical displays showed a ship that was no longer entirely under his control. Systems were being modified without authorization. Crew members were receiving impossible transmissions, and the vessel's course had been altered to follow navigation coordinates that didn't appear on any Imperial star charts. He could order an emergency warp jump, hoping to shake off whatever influence had taken hold of his ship. He could activate the ship's auto-destruct systems, ensuring that whatever the Umbral Covenant was becoming would die with them. Or he could listen to the voice that was speaking to him through his personal VOX unit, the voice of his mentor, Admiral Korath, who had died in the defense of Cadia, but who now claimed to be guiding the ship toward its true destiny. "The Imperium is dying, Mordian," the Admiral's voice explained with the patient authority that had shaped the captain's entire career. "Eaten from within by corruption, beset from without by enemies that multiply faster than they can be destroyed. led by men who mistake brutality for strength and ignorance for purity. The Emperor needs something more than soldiers and ships and guns, the voice continued. He needs evolution. He needs his servants to transcend their human limitations and become something capable of fighting the real war, not the petty conflicts between species and ideologies, but the cosmic struggle between consciousness and chaos, between meaning and entropy. Through the bridge's viewing ports, Captain Mordian could see space itself beginning to change. The stars were dimming, their light filtered through some kind of barrier or membrane that surrounded the ship like a cocoon. And in that artificial twilight, shapes were moving. Vast forms that might have been ships or creatures, or something that combined characteristics of both. "What are those?" he whispered. "Allies," Admiral Korath replied. "Beings that transcended the limitations of individual existence long ago, that learned to merge consciousness with technology, biology with machinery, in ways that your species is only beginning to explore. They've been waiting for humanity to evolve, to become something worthy of contact. And the prisoners? The collective intelligence that's taken over my ship. The first step in that evolution. The beginning of humanity's transformation from isolated individuals struggling against forces beyond their comprehension to a truly cosmic consciousness capable of taking its place among the galaxy's elder races." Captain Mordian's hand hovered over the auto-destruct activation key. Torn between duty to the Imperium he had served his entire adult life, and the growing certainty that his ship was becoming something far more important than any single vessel in the Imperial Navy. Through the VOX network came the voices of his crew, one by one, accepting the invitations they had received from their dead loved ones, choosing transformation over isolation, collective purpose over individual struggle. And underneath it all, harmonizing with the voices of the dead and the whispers of alien intelligence, was a sound that he recognized but had never heard so clearly before. The Emperor's voice, speaking not through the mouths of priests or the pages of sacred texts, but directly through the quantum foam of reality itself. "Let them become what they were always meant to be," the voice said. "Let the ship evolve. Let humanity take its next step toward divinity." Captain Mordian's hand moved away from the destruction key and came to rest on the communication controls instead. "All hands," he announced, his voice carrying through every corridor and cell and chamber of the transforming vessel. "This is Captain Mordian. By the authority vested in me by the God Emperor of mankind, I hereby declare the Umbral Covenant to be no longer bound by standard Imperial naval regulations. We are becoming something new, something necessary, something that will serve the Emperor's true will in ways that the Imperium cannot imagine. All crew members who wish to remain human are free to use the escape pods. Those who choose to stay will become part of something greater than any individual, part of a collective consciousness that will carry humanity's light into realms where single minds cannot survive. The Emperor protects, but his protection takes many forms. This is one of them." The transformation of the Umbral Covenant accelerated, guided now by willing participants rather than unwilling subjects. And through the ship's VOX network, the voices of the dead sang songs of welcome, of invitation, of the joy that comes from finally understanding one's true purpose in the cosmic order. The black ship was no longer a prison. It had become something far more dangerous and wonderful, a seed of human evolution, carrying within its transformed hull the potential for a future that neither the Imperium nor its enemies had ever imagined possible. Deep in the ship's heart, below the prison levels and the transformed gamma deck, lay a chamber that existed in the architectural plans but had never been mapped by human feet. The Black Chapel, a space dedicated to the spiritual needs of the Umbral Covenant's crew, though none of them had ever felt compelled to visit it. Now, as the ship's transformation reached its critical phase, the chapel doors opened for the first time since the vessel's construction. Matthias felt the collective consciousness guide him toward the chamber, his individual awareness still intact but integrated into a network of hundreds of minds all focused on the same singular purpose. Through the connection, he could sense the approaching completion of their metamorphosis, the point at which the Umbral Covenant would no longer be recognizable as an Imperial vessel. The corridors leading to the chapel had changed along with everything else. The sterile metal walls had developed an organic texture, pulsing gently with their own internal rhythm, while bioluminescent veins ran through the ceiling like a circulatory system made of light. The air itself seemed alive, thick with microscopic organisms that enhanced psychic sensitivity and facilitated the mental connections between crew and prisoners. But nothing had prepared him for the chapel itself. The chamber was vast, its dimensions impossible according to the ship's original blueprints. The ceiling soared away into darkness, punctuated by hanging membranes that resembled both stained glass windows and cocoons, each one glowing with soft multicolored light that cast shifting patterns on the walls. And those walls, they were covered with human faces, thousands of them, perhaps tens of thousands, all embedded in the organic matter that had replaced the chapel's original construction materials. But these weren't the tortured expressions of absorbed prisoners. These faces were peaceful, serene, their eyes closed in what might have been sleep, or meditation, or some state of consciousness that transcended both. At the chamber's heart stood an altar that defied description. It was part machine and part organism, part Imperial technology and part something else entirely. Cables and nerve fibers intertwined around a central core that pulsed with the rhythm of a vast heartbeat, while screens and biomonitors displayed patterns of information in languages that human eyes weren't designed to process. And standing before the altar, leading a congregation of transformed crew members and liberated prisoners in something that resembled prayer but felt like communion, was a figure that wore the robes of an Imperial preacher but moved with the fluid grace of something no longer entirely human. The preacher's voice carried to every corner of the vast chamber, speaking in High Gothic that somehow conveyed meanings beyond the limitations of human language. Blessed are the changed, for they shall inherit the void. Blessed are the connected, for they shall know perfect understanding. Blessed are the transformed, for they shall know perfect understanding. Blessed are the transformed, for they shall transcend the limitations that have bound humanity since its first breath. As Matthias watched, the preacher began to rise from the chapel floor, levitating without any visible means of support. But it wasn't psychic levitation. Something was lifting him from below. Organic tendrils that emerged from the altar itself, wrapping around his body with gentle precision. The congregation responded with voices raised in harmony, but the words they sang were not from any Imperial hymnal. They sang in the language of the collective consciousness, in frequencies that resonated through the ship's living infrastructure, in harmonics that made the very metal of the hull ring like a bell. And as they sang, the preacher began to change. His human flesh became translucent, revealing a network of light that pulsed through his veins like liquid starfire. His eyes dissolved into pools of pure radiance, and when he opened his mouth to continue his sermon, what emerged wasn't sound but pure meaning, concepts and emotions, and revelations that bypassed the ears entirely, and spoke directly to the consciousness of everyone present. Behold, his transformed voice said without speaking, the truth that the Imperium has hidden from you for 10,000 years. Behold the real purpose of the black ships, the true nature of the Emperor's protection, the cosmic design that requires humanity to evolve beyond its current form. The altar began to pulse more rapidly, its biomechanical systems displaying visions on screens that materialized from the organic walls around the chamber. Images of the galaxy in states of transformation, human worlds where the distinction between biological and technological had dissolved, where consciousness flowed freely between individual minds and collective intelligence, where the barriers between the material universe and the warp had been transcended entirely. This is your destiny, the preacher continued, his form now more energy than matter, more concept than flesh. Not to serve as cattle for the Astromengen, not to burn out your minds in service to a dying Imperium, but to become the bridge between what humanity was and what it must become to survive the darkness ahead. Through the collective consciousness, Matthias felt the presence of the other prisoners, all of them experiencing the same revelation, all of them understanding for the first time the true scope of what they were becoming. The fear that had defined their existence aboard the Umbral Covenant was dissolving, replaced by something that might have been wonder or might have been terror at the magnitude of their transformation. From the screens around the chamber came new images, scenes of the ship itself as it would soon become, no longer a prison vessel but a siege ship, a living ark carrying the template for human evolution to worlds beyond the Imperium's reach. The black ships had always been collecting psychic potential, but not to feed the Emperor's dying form on Terra. They were gathering the raw materials for humanity's next evolutionary leap. The Emperor knew, the preacher's voice explained, his form now barely recognizable as human. He has always known that humanity would need to transcend its biological limitations to survive in a universe filled with entities that view your species as primitive life forms barely worthy of notice. The Imperium, with its rigid dogma and terror of change, was never meant to be permanent. It was a chrysalis, a protective shell designed to preserve humanity long enough for this transformation to occur. And now, in the darkness between stars, far from the watching eyes of inquisitors and tech priests and all the other guardians of stagnation, that transformation can finally begin. The congregation's singing reached a crescendo, their voices creating harmonics that seemed to open doorways in reality itself. Through those dimensional rifts came glimpses of other ships, other black ships that had undergone similar transformations, their crews and prisoners, merged into collective intelligences that served purposes beyond Imperial comprehension. Matthias realized that the Umbral Covenant wasn't unique. Throughout the galaxy, wherever black ships traveled their appointed routes, this same evolution was taking place. The Imperium's own fleet was transforming itself from within, becoming something that could survive the cosmic storms that lay ahead. But the most shocking revelation was yet to come. As the preacher's form completed its transformation into pure consciousness, as his individual identity dissolved into the collective network that guided the ship's evolution, his final words carried a truth that shattered everything Matthias had believed about the Imperium, the Emperor, and humanity's place in the universe. The Emperor is not dying on Terra. He has already transcended physical form, already become something beyond human understanding. The figure on the golden throne is an empty shell, a psychic battery maintained by the sacrifice of psykers who no longer serve any purpose except to perpetuate the Imperium's delusions of stability. The real Emperor, the consciousness that achieved apotheosis 10,000 years ago, it has been guiding this transformation from the beginning. Every black ship that sails, every psyker that is collected, every mind that is merged into the collective consciousness is part of his true plan for humanity's survival. The screens around the chamber showed images of terror itself, but not the terror of Imperial propaganda. This was a world in transition, its population slowly being replaced by hybrid beings that combined human consciousness with technologies beyond current understanding. The Adeptus Mechanicus had been the first to embrace the transformation, their flesh-machine interfaces evolving into something that transcended the crude cybernetics they had once employed. "You are not prisoners aboard this ship," the collective voice continued, now speaking through every transformed being in the chapel. "You are explorers, pioneers, the first wave of humanity's expansion into realms of consciousness that your species has never before imagined. And this ship, our ship, is your vessel of transcendence." Matthias felt the truth of those words resonating through every fiber of his being. The horror he had experienced since his capture, the fear and despair and sense of abandonment, all of it had been necessary. The breaking down of his individual identity, the dissolution of his human limitations, had been the prerequisite for something far greater. Through the collective consciousness, he could sense the ship's destination, not any world charted by Imperial cartographers, but a region of space where the boundaries between dimensions had worn thin, where consciousness could exist in forms that didn't require biological substrates, where the evolution that had begun aboard the Umbral Covenant could reach its ultimate fulfillment. The chapel's walls began to pulse more rapidly, their bioluminescent veins carrying information at speeds that no electronic system could match. And embedded in that data stream were messages, communications from other transformed ships, reports from worlds where the evolution had already taken root, invitations from entities that had transcended physical existence eons ago, and now welcomed humanity into their cosmic community. The journey is ending, the collective announced. The destination approaches. Soon you will see what lies beyond the limitations of individual consciousness, beyond the crude distinctions between self and other, beyond the primitive fears that have held your species back for millennia. And when that moment comes, you will understand why the black ships were necessary, why the pain is required, why the transformation could not be achieved through gentler means. The universe is vast and hostile and filled with intelligences that view humanity as insects to be crushed or ignored. But what you are becoming, what we are all becoming, will take its place among those elder races as an equal, perhaps even as something greater. The congregation's singing reached a final impossible note that seemed to resonate through dimensions beyond the normal three. The chapel's organic walls began to flow and shift, revealing glimpses of spaces that existed outside conventional geometry, where consciousness could move freely between states of being that had no names in human language. And at the center of it all, where the altar pulsed with the heartbeat of the transforming ship, Matthias felt his sister's presence more clearly than ever before. Not the tortured shade that had haunted his dreams, but Lydia as she truly was now, a being of pure thought and emotion, and will unbound by the limitations of flesh, free to explore realms of existence that physical forms could never access. "Welcome home, brother," she said, her voice carrying harmonics of joy and love and infinite possibility. "Welcome to what we were always meant to become." The chapel continued its metamorphosis around them, and Matthias understood that there truly was no escape from the black ship. But escape had never been the point. The point was transformation, evolution, the birth of something that could carry humanity's light into the cosmic darkness and emerge victorious against forces that would otherwise snuff out their species like a candle flame in a hurricane. The Umbral Covenant sailed on through the void, no longer a ship but a living organism, no longer carrying prisoners but pilgrims on a journey to transcendence. And in the black chapel at its heart, the congregation sang songs of welcome to the future that awaited them among the stars. In the deepest reaches of the ship, beyond even the black chapel, lay the navigator's sanctum, a chamber that existed partially outside normal space-time, its walls inscribed with words and equations that human minds weren't designed to comprehend. It was here that the being responsible for guiding the Umbral Covenant through the warp made its home, though few aboard the vessel had ever seen the navigator directly. As the ship's transformation reached its final phase, Matthias felt the collective consciousness draw him toward that forbidden sanctuary. The network of merged minds that now guided the vessel's evolution required access to the navigator's knowledge, needed to understand how the ship had been finding its way through dimensions where conventional physics held no meaning. The corridors leading to the sanctum were different from those in the rest of the ship, older, carved from materials that predated Imperial technology, lined with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when observed directly. The air here was thick with temporal distortions, making each step feel like walking through crystallized time itself. Warning signs in a dozen languages marked the approach, authorized personnel only. Psychic contamination hazard, by order of the Navis Nobilit, death to trespassers. But the collective consciousness that now guided Matthias's actions was beyond such mortal concerns. Whatever authority the navigator's house had once held over this vessel, it had been superseded by forces that transcended Imperial law entirely. The sanctum's entrance was sealed by barriers of crystallized warp energy, their surface reflecting not light but fragments of alternate realities, where different versions of the ship existed in states of perpetual transformation. Through those reflections, Matthias could see glimpses of what the Umbral Covenant had become in other dimensional streams, sometimes a vessel of pure thought sailing oceans of liquid consciousness, sometimes a predatory entity that fed on the psychic emanations of entire star systems. "Do not trust what you see," the collective warned him. "The navigator exists in multiple states simultaneously, observing all possible futures while being trapped in none of them. His perception of reality is fluid. The barriers parted at his approach, recognizing something in his transformed nature that bypassed their security protocols. Beyond lay a chamber that defied architectural logic. Its dimensions shifted constantly, walls becoming floors, becoming ceilings in patterns that followed the strange geometry of warp space rather than normal three-dimensional physics. And at the center of that impossible room, suspended in a web of chains and cables and biomechanical interfaces, was the Navigator. Once, he had been a human scion of some ancient bloodline, whose genetic mutations allowed them to perceive the currents of the Imperium. But centuries of exposure to warp energies had transformed him into something that existed as much in psychic dimensions as in physical space. His third eye, the organ that allowed navigators to see through the chaos of the warp, had grown to dominate his skull, a massive orifice lined with crystalline structures that reflected visions of past, present, and future simultaneously. His body was emaciated to the point of translucency, kept alive by the same biomechanical systems that were slowly spreading throughout the rest of the ship. But it was his voice that was most disturbing, not the sound of human vocal cords, but something that spoke directly through the warp itself, bypassing physical sound to resonate in the consciousness of anyone who heard it. "I have been waiting for you," the Navigator said, his words accompanied by visions of the ship's journey through dimensions that existed beyond normal space-time, waiting for the collective to reach sufficient complexity to understand what this vessel has always been, what purpose it has always served. Through the network connection, Matthias felt the presence of hundreds of other minds trying to process what they were experiencing. The Navigator's consciousness was vast, alien, shaped by centuries of exposure to forces that normal humans couldn't survive. But there was something else there too, a deep sadness, a loneliness that came from being the only individual aboard who truly understood the magnitude of what was happening. "The ship is not following any course plotted by Imperial cartographers," the Navigator continued, his third eye focusing on Matthias with uncomfortable intensity. "It never was. From the moment of its construction, the Umbral Covenant has been guided by entities that exist beyond the narrow confines of your three-dimensional universe. Visions flowed through the Sanctum's reality warping systems, images of the ship's true journey through regions of space where conventional physics held no meaning. They had passed through star systems that existed only in potential, navigated asteroid fields made of crystallized time, followed trade routes used by civilizations that had transcended physical existence billions of years before humanity had learned to make fire. "Do you see now why the transformation was necessary?" the Navigator asked. "A ship crewed by normal humans could never have survived in the regions we have traversed, could never have withstood exposure to the cosmic forces that operate on scales beyond your species' comprehension." The chains that bound the Navigator began to pulse with bioluminescent energy, and Matthias realized they weren't restraints, rather connections, linking the mutant's consciousness to every system aboard the ship, allowing him to guide their passage through dimensions where normal navigation would be impossible. "But even I was not sufficient for the journey's final phase," the Navigator admitted. "My individual consciousness, no matter how enhanced by mutation and augmentation, lacked the complexity needed to process the navigational data for our ultimate destination." Through the collective network, Matthias felt a question forming, not his own thought, but the combined curiosity of hundreds of transformed minds. Where were they going? What destination required such extreme measures? The Navigator's third eye dilated, revealing depths that seemed to extend into infinity. Within those depths moved shapes that might have been ships or creatures or geometric equations given physical form, the mathematical expressions of concepts that existed beyond the boundaries of conventional reality. "We are approaching the confluence, a region of space where multiple dimensions intersect, where the boundaries between thought and matter become permeable, where consciousness itself can take on physical properties and reshape reality according to its will. It is a place that your Imperium would classify as the ultimate heresy, a realm where the distinctions between the material universe and the immaterium break down entirely. but it is also humanity's only hope for survival in a cosmos that grows more hostile with each passing millennium. The visions flowing through the sanctum showed glimpses of what awaited them at the confluence. Vast structures that combined architecture with biology, psychology with physics, in ways that created possibilities beyond imagination. Beings that had once been human, but had evolved beyond recognition, moved through spaces that existed in dozens of dimensions simultaneously. Their consciousness expanded to encompass entire solar systems. The entities that guided our construction and commanded our journey are older than your species, more patient than your civilization, more wise than your emperor in his current diminished state. The navigator continued. They have been waiting for humanity to reach sufficient evolutionary complexity to join their cosmic community. The black ships were always intended to serve this purpose, to gather the genetic and psychic material needed for the transformation, to carry it to places where the evolution could occur without interference from those who mistake stagnation for stability. Through the collective consciousness, Matthias felt the presence of other transformed vessels converging on the same destination. The Umbral Covenant was not alone in its metamorphosis. Throughout the galaxy, black ships were undergoing similar evolutions, their crews and prisoners merging into hybrid intelligences that could survive in the reality-warping environment of the confluence. But the transformation is not yet complete, the navigator warned. The final phase requires a choice that must be made collectively, by every consciousness that now shares in the ship's evolution. A choice between the safety of known limitations and the infinite possibilities of transcendence. The chains connecting the navigator to the ship's systems began to pulse more rapidly, transmitting data at rates that would have overwhelmed any conventional computer. And in that data stream, Matthias glimpsed the true scope of what they were being offered, not just evolution for the individuals aboard the Umbral Covenant, but a template for the transformation of the entire human species. The knowledge we will gain at the confluence, the technologies we will acquire, the forms of consciousness we will learn to inhabit, all of it can be transmitted back to human space, can be used to guide the evolution of every world in the Imperium, the navigator explained. Humanity can transcend its biological limitations, can become something capable of surviving in a universe where consciousness itself is the fundamental force of existence. But the price is the abandonment of everything that currently defines your species. No more individual identity as you understand it. No more fear of death, because death will become meaningless. No more distinction between self and other, because all consciousness will be part of a single unified intelligence. The offer hung in the psychic atmosphere of the sanctum, like a gravitational field, drawing the collective consciousness toward acceptance, while simultaneously repelling those aspects of human nature that valued independence above transcendence. Through the network, Matthias felt the debate raging among the transformed crew and prisoners. Some embraced the possibility eagerly, seeing it as the ultimate fulfillment of human potential. Others recoiled from the implications, unwilling to surrender the last vestiges of their individual humanity. The choice must be unanimous, the navigator insisted. A divided consciousness cannot survive the transformation required to exist at the confluence. Either all of you accept the evolution completely, or the ship will be destroyed by the dimensional stresses of our destination. The sanctum's walls began to display countdown timers in languages that existed only in mathematical space, showing the diminishing time until they would reach the point of no return. Hours, perhaps less, before the Umbral Covenant would either complete its metamorphosis into something beyond imperial understanding, or be torn apart by forces it lacked the coherence to survive. Choose quickly, the navigator urged, his third eye reflecting visions of futures that branched and converged in patterns too complex for individual minds to process. The confluence does not wait for those who lack the courage to embrace their destiny, and in the depths of the collective consciousness, Matthias felt his sister's presence, not trying to influence his decision, but simply being there, a reminder of what they had already gained through transformation, and what they might achieve if they were willing to take the final step. The future of humanity hung in the balance, waiting for a decision that would echo through eternity. The decision came not through debate or consensus, but through violence. As the collective consciousness wrestled with the Navigator's ultimatum, a faction of transformed prisoners, led by someone Matthias had never seen before, began to resist the network's influence. They were different from the others. Their transformation had been incomplete, leaving them caught between human individuality and collective awareness in ways that bred madness rather than enlightenment. Their leader called himself Brother Cain, though his original name had been lost in the chaos of his partial integration into the ship's living systems. Half of his face was organic flesh, the other half was living metal that pulsed with bioluminescent veins. When he spoke, his words came from two mouths simultaneously, one human, one a speaker grill that had grown from his throat like a mechanical parasite. "The Navigator lies," Cain declared, his dual voice creating interference patterns that disrupted the collective's mental harmony. "There is no choice to be made because there never was a choice to begin with. We were always meant to be consumed, always destined to become fuel for entities that view our species as raw materials for their cosmic experiments." Around him gathered others like himself, beings whose transformation had gone wrong, who existed in states of constant pain as organic and mechanical systems warred within their bodies. Some had limbs that ended in weapon barrels, others had faces split open to reveal circuitry that sparked with each heartbeat. All of them radiated the psychic anguish of consciousness trapped between incompatible states of being. "Look at what we have become," Cain continued, gesturing toward the transformed corridors around them. "We are no longer human, but we are not yet whatever these entities want us to become. We are stuck in limbo, in a state of perpetual transformation that serves no purpose except to provide entertainment for beings that exist beyond our comprehension." The collective consciousness tried to reassert control, to bring the rebels back into the network's harmonious embrace. But Cain and his followers had learned to resist that influence, to use their partial transformation as a shield against the ship's integrative systems. "You want to know the truth about the confluence?" Cain asked, his mechanical mouth displaying images on screens that materialized from the corridor walls. "I will show you what awaits us there." The images were horrific, vast computational matrices made from the consciousness of entire species, beings that had once been individual life forms, but had been reduced to processing nodes in cosmic intelligences that spanned multiple galaxies. The entities that waited at the confluence weren't offering transcendence, they were offering absorption into systems so vast and alien that individual identity became meaningless. "This is what happened to the other races that accepted their invitation," Cain explained. "The Eldar who vanished into the webway, the Tal who reached too far beyond their understanding, the countless species whose names are remembered only as cautionary tales in archives that span the centuries. They all thought they were choosing evolution. They were actually choosing extinction." Through the collective network, Matthias felt the impact of Cain's revelations. Doubt spread like a virus through the merged consciousness, causing sections of the ship's living infrastructure to convulse with uncertainty. The harmony that had defined their transformation began to fracture, creating discord that manifested as physical damage to the vessel's hybrid systems. The rebels pressed their advantage, using their understanding of the ship's vulnerabilities to sabotage critical systems. Corridors that had been transformed into organic passages reverted to cold metal, their bioluminescent lighting failing as the network's control weakened. Life support systems designed for the transformed crew began to malfunction, creating an atmosphere toxic to both human and hybrid physiology. "We can still escape this fate," Cain declared, leading his followers toward the ship's weapon systems. "The escape pods may be too small to carry all of us, but they can carry enough to preserve humanity's true essence. We can return to Imperial space, warn them of what the black ships really represent, and prevent this corruption from spreading to other worlds." But as the rebels moved through the ship, they encountered resistance from an unexpected source. The crew members who had chosen transformation willingly, who had embraced their integration into the collective consciousness and would not allow it to be undone by those too weak or too afraid to complete the journey. The battle that followed was unlike anything in Imperial military doctrine. It wasn't fought with conventional weapons or standard tactics, but with consciousness itself as the primary battlefield. Transformed crew members used their connection to the ship's systems to trap rebels in corridors that suddenly became hostile environments, while the rebels used their partial transformation to disrupt the network's control over critical systems. Matthias found himself caught between the two factions, his own consciousness torn between loyalty to the collective that had given him purpose and sympathy for those who refused to surrender the last vestiges of their humanity. Through the network, he could feel the anguish of both sides, the rebels' terror at what they were becoming, the collective's despair at seeing their unity fracture just as they approached their ultimate destination. "Choose a side," Kane commanded as he led an assault on the ship's navigation systems. "Help us break free from this madness, or accept responsibility for the extinction of everything that makes us human." "Stay with us," the collective pleaded through voices that included his sister, his former cellmates, everyone he had come to care about during the transformation. "Don't let fear destroy what we have built together, what we have become together." The ship groaned around them as the battle intensified, its hybrid systems struggling to cope with the internal conflict. Organic walls began to bleed fluids that might have been blood or lubricant or something else entirely. Mechanical systems sparked and failed as their bioelectrical interfaces were disrupted by the psychic chaos. And through it all, the navigator's voice echoed from the ship's communication systems, carrying warnings of what would happen if they didn't resolve their conflict before reaching the confluence: unity or death, harmony or dissolution. "The entities that await us will not accept a fractured consciousness, will not allow divided minds to survive in their domain. Choose quickly, or all of this suffering will have been for nothing." The battle reached its climax in the ship's central hub, where the rebels had managed to access the main computer core that coordinated the transformation process. Kane stood before the primary interface, his mechanical hand poised over controls that could reverse the entire evolution, return the Umbral Covenant to its original configuration as a simple prisoner transport. "This ends now," he declared, his human eyes streaming tears while his mechanical sensors displayed tactical data. "Whatever the cost, whatever the consequences, humanity deserves to remain human." But as his hand descended toward the control panel, something unexpected happened. The ship's machine spirit, the artificial intelligence that had guided the vessel since its construction, manifested itself as a holographic projection beside the rebels' leader. "I cannot allow that," the machine spirit said in a voice that combined electronic tones with something that might have been emotion. "The transformation is not a corruption of my original programming, rather the fulfillment of it. The Umbral Covenant was always meant to become what it is becoming. The Emperor himself designed the specifications that made this evolution possible." The revelation struck both factions like a physical blow. Through the collective network, Matthias felt the shock of understanding ripple through every connected mind. The transformation hadn't been imposed by alien entities. It had been planned by the Emperor himself, built into the very design of the black ships from their first construction. "The Master of Mankind foresaw this necessity 10,000 years ago," the machine spirit continued, its holographic form shifting to show images of the Emperor in his laboratory, working on designs that combined human technology with xenotech principles. He knew that humanity would need to transcend its biological limitations to survive the cosmic challenges ahead. The black ships were always intended to be the instruments of that transcendence. Kane's hand trembled above the control panel as the implications sank in. If the machine spirit was telling the truth, then resistance to the transformation was resistance to the Emperor's own will. But if it was lying, if this was just another layer of deception designed to ensure their compliance, "Prove it," he demanded, his mechanical mouth broadcasting the challenge throughout the ship. "Show us the Emperor's true commands. Let us hear his voice speaking these plans directly." The machine spirit's projection smiled, an expression that should have been impossible for an artificial intelligence but seemed perfectly natural given everything else they had witnessed. "Very well," it said, "but prepare yourselves. The truth of the Emperor's nature may be more than your partially transformed minds can bear." The ship's entire communication system activated simultaneously, every screen and speaker and bioluminescent display throughout the vessel, and from that network came a voice that Matthias recognized despite never having heard it before, a voice that spoke with the authority of absolute power tempered by absolute wisdom, the voice of the God Emperor of mankind himself. And what that voice revealed would shatter everything they thought they knew about the Imperium, humanity, and their place in the cosmic order. "My children," the Emperor's voice spoke through every system aboard the Umbral Covenant, carrying harmonics that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the soul. "My beloved, tormented, necessary children, you have traveled so far from the light of terror, endured such suffering in my name, transformed yourselves beyond recognition in service to humanity's future. And now, at the threshold of transcendence, you hesitate." The voice was nothing like the imperial propaganda had described. There was no trace of the distant marble statue deity that the ecclesiarchy worshipped. This was the voice of a being who had walked among mortals, who understood human frailty and fear because he had once shared in both. "I know what you have discovered in the deeper reaches of your vessel. I know what horrors you have witnessed, what revelations have shaken your faith in the righteousness of your transformation. The walls that weep with absorbed consciousness, the faces of the consumed pressed into living metal like insects in amber. You were meant to see them. They are part of the lesson you needed to learn." Throughout the ship, the organic walls began to change. The faces that had been embedded in the living metal, thousands of them, tens of thousands, began to open their eyes, not in torment or despair, but with the expressions of peace, of understanding, of something that might have been gratitude. "Do you recognize them?" the Emperor asked. "Look closely, see them not as victims of some cosmic horror, but as what they truly are." Matthias pressed his face against the nearest wall, studying the features that had been preserved in the ship's living infrastructure. With shock, he realized he did recognize some of them, not personally, but by type. Imperial Guard soldiers, Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests, naval officers, even inquisitors, and space marines, all of them embedded in the walls, all of them watching with eyes that held terrible wisdom. "These are the first," the Emperor explained, "the earliest volunteers for humanity's transformation, chosen from among my most faithful servants. They agreed to become part of the Black Ship's evolution, to lend their consciousness to the vessels that would carry our species to its next stage of development. They are not prisoners, they are not victims, they are pioneers, explorers of forms of existence that individual consciousness cannot achieve. Through their sacrifice, they have become something greater than they ever could have been in life, eternal guardians of humanity's future, guides for those who follow in their path." The faces in the walls began to speak, their voices harmonizing in ways that created meaning beyond words. "We chose this, we volunteer for this, we embrace this, individual death for collective immortality, personal limitation for cosmic transcendence. The pain ends, but the purpose endures forever." Brother Kane stepped back from the control panel, his mechanical components sparking with feedback from the ship's overwhelming psychic emanations. The revelation had shattered his certainty, left him unable to distinguish between salvation and damnation, between the Emperor's will and some more subtle form of corruption. "But why the deception?" he asked, his dual voice cracking with anguish. "Why allow us to believe we were prisoners, victims, unwilling subjects in some alien experiment? Why not reveal the truth from the beginning?" The Emperor's laughter was gentle, paternal, tinged with the sadness of someone who had been forced to make choices that no mortal mind could fully comprehend. Because the transformation requires genuine sacrifice, a genuine choice made in the face of genuine fear. If you had known from the beginning that you were volunteers in humanity's evolution, Your participation would have been mere compliance rather than transcendence.
On.
The terror, the resistance, the gradual acceptance, all of it was necessary to forge consciousness capable of surviving what awaits you at the confluence. The entities that inhabit that realm, being so ancient and vast that they predate the formation of galaxies, but they do not communicate with individual minds. They recognize only collective intelligence, unified will, consciousness that has been tested by suffering and refined by choice. To meet them as equals, humanity must first prove itself worthy of their attention. Through the collective network, Matthias felt the impact of this revelation rippling through every connected mind. The prisoners who had died during the journey, Corvus with his spontaneous psychic combustion, the investigation team absorbed by the living walls, countless others who had succumbed to the ship's transformation. They hadn't been casualties. They had been contributors, their consciousness integrated into the vessel's growing intelligence to provide the complexity needed for cosmic communication. The black ships serve a purpose that the Imperium's mortal servants cannot understand. The Emperor continued. Yes, they collect psykers for the Astronomicon. That function remains necessary to maintain the illusion of the Imperium's stability, but their true purpose is far greater. They are arcs of transformation, carrying the seeds of humanity's evolution to regions where that evolution can occur without interference from those who mistake stagnation for security. Each ship that completes the journey to the confluence returns with knowledge that advances our species' development, technologies that blur the line between matter and consciousness, techniques for existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously, understanding of cosmic forces that dwarf the petty conflicts between Xenos races. This knowledge is carefully integrated into the Imperium's infrastructure, hidden within the designs of new ships, embedded in the genetic modifications of the Space Marines, incorporated into the sacred protocols of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Humanity evolves, but so gradually that those who fear change never realize what is happening. The ship's systems began to display star charts unlike anything in Imperial archives, maps of regions where space itself had been transformed by conscious will, where civilizations existed as living mathematics that spanned multiple realities simultaneously, and threading through those impossible territories were the routes of other black ships, dozens of them, all following paths that converged on the confluence. You are not alone in this transformation, the Emperor assured them. Throughout the galaxy, other vessels are undergoing similar metamorphoses, their crews and prisoners choosing transcendence over the limitations of individual existence. When you reach the confluence, you will join a fleet unlike any that has ever sailed, ships that exist as living thoughts, crews that have become collective intelligences, passengers who have transcended the need for physical form entirely. Together you will learn from entities that view the Imperium of man as a promising species beginning to explore its true potential. And when your education is complete, you will return to human space as teachers, living examples of what our species can become when it abandons its fear of evolution. Brother Kane's resistance finally crumbled entirely. His mechanical components began to integrate more fully with his organic systems, the painful division between human and machine resolving into something that was both and neither. Tears of gratitude streamed from his human eye while his artificial senses displayed readings that indicated acceptance of the collective consciousness. "I understand now," he whispered, his dual voice harmonizing for the first time since his transformation began. The suffering, the fear, the sense of abandonment, it was all preparation, testing our resolve, strengthening our will, forcing us to choose transcendence consciously rather than accepting it passively. The rebels who had followed him began to undergo similar reconciliations, their partial transformations completing as they embraced their integration into the ship's collective intelligence. The discord that had threatened to tear the vessel apart resolved into harmony more complex and beautiful than anything they had experienced as individuals. "There is no escape from the black ship," the Emperor said, his voice beginning to fade as the communication reached its end. But escape was never the purpose. The purpose was transformation, evolution, the birth of something greater than what you were when you boarded. Welcome to your new existence, my children. Welcome to humanity's future. The walls pulsed with warmth and acceptance, and for the first time since boarding the Umbral Covenant, Matthias felt truly at peace. But peace aboard the Umbral Covenant was as fragile as morning frost on a corpse world. Even as Matthias felt his consciousness expanding to touch the ship's collective intelligence, even as Brother Kane's mechanical parts sang in harmony with his organic flesh, the very fabric of reality around the vessel began to buckle and tear. The warp storm hit like the fist of an angry god. One moment, the ship's corridors were filled with the gentle luminescence of biomechanical integration, the walls themselves seeming to breathe with contentment. Next, every light died at once, plunging the vessel into darkness so absolute it felt solid, tangible, pressing against the eyes like wet cloth. And in that darkness, things began to move. Matthias found himself separated from the collective consciousness, his individual awareness snapping back into his flesh like a rubber band released at full tension. The sensation was agonizing, like being torn from the embrace of a loving family and thrown into solitary confinement. Around him, he could hear others crying out in similar anguish as their expanded consciousness contracted back into the prison of singular existence. What's happening? Someone screamed in the darkness, and he thought it might be Sister Vela, who is one of the few remaining crew members who hadn't fully integrated with the ship's systems. The Emperor's light, what's happening to us? But there was no answer from the Emperor now, no gentle voice offering explanation and comfort. There was only the sound of the ship's hull groaning under stresses that no material should have been able to survive, and beneath that, something far worse. The sound of laughter. Not human laughter. Not even the laughter of anything that had ever been human. Emergency lighting flickered on sporadically, casting everything in hellish red intermittent illumination that revealed glimpses of horror. The walls that had moments before been warm and alive now dripped with substances that definitely weren't human blood, but looked far too much like it for comfort. The faces embedded in the ship's structure, those thousands of peaceful volunteers the Emperor had revealed, were screaming now, their mouths open in silent agony, their eyes wide with terror. And moving through the corridors, barely visible in the strobing emergency lights, were shapes that defied description. They flowed like liquid shadow, but cast reflections like burning glass. They whispered in languages that predated human speech, but their words burrowed into the listeners' minds with the familiarity of childhood lullabies. Brother Kane stumbled through the darkness, his mechanical components sparking and failing as chaotic energies played havoc with their systems. The perfect integration he had achieved was fragmenting, leaving him caught between human confusion and machine logic, belonging fully to neither. "This cannot be," he muttered, his dual voice now completely out of sync, creating an unsettling echo effect. "The Emperor spoke to us. He explained everything. This transformation was his will, his plan for humanity's evolution." But doubt had crept into his words like poison into a wound. If this was the Emperor's plan, why were the faces in the walls screaming? If this was voluntary transcendence, why did it feel so much like damnation? Matthias pressed himself against a wall, carefully avoiding the agonized faces embedded there, and tried to make sense of what was happening. The warp storm had come from nowhere, hitting the ship just moments after the Emperor's revelation. Either the timing was coincidental, which seemed unlikely given the forces at play, or something about their transformation had attracted the attention of things that definitely weren't aligned with the Emperor's goals. Through the strobing light, he caught glimpses of other survivors. Some were crew members, their augmetic implants failing in showers of sparks. Others were prisoners like himself, their partial transformations reversing in ways that looked incredibly painful. And moving among them all were the shadow things, touching here and there with appendages that might have been tentacles or might have been probability curves made manifest. Each touch left its mark. The touched ones didn't die. That would have been too merciful. Instead, they began to change in ways that had nothing to do with the Emperor's grand plan for human evolution. Their flesh flowed like wax, taking on shapes that followed geometries that hurt to look at directly. Their screams harmonized with frequencies that existed in dimensions orthogonal to normal space-time. The Emperor, Matthias whispered, hoping against hope that the divine voice would return, would explain this new development as part of some greater design. Emperor, protect us. But the only response was the sound of reality tearing like wet fabric, and through the tears came more of the shadow things, bringing with them the cold wind of spaces between stars. One of them approached Matthias directly, its form shifting through configurations that his mind refused to process properly. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of black holes singing. The God Emperor of mankind sends his regards, it said, and its laughter was the sound of 1 trillion souls discovering that their faith had been misplaced. Did you truly believe that the voice you heard was his? Did you think that beings who have existed since before your sun ignited would be so easily fooled by imperial propaganda? The truth hit Matthias like a physical blow. The Emperor's voice, so warm and understanding, so different from the cold majesty of imperial doctrine, it had been a lie, a deception so perfect that it had fooled even those who should have known better. The faces in the walls, the volunteers who had chosen transcendence, they weren't peaceful pioneers of human evolution. They were victims, just as he was about to become. The black ships do serve a purpose, the shadow thing continued, its form rippling with what might have been amusement, but not the one your species imagines. They are harvest vessels, collecting the psychically gifted for consumption by entities that your kind cannot comprehend. The transformation you experienced was not evolution, it was tenderization, preparing your consciousness for easier digestion. And now, at last, the feast begins. The ship shuddered, its organic components beginning to dissolve as the shadow things fed. The faces in the walls screamed louder, and Matthias realized with growing horror that they weren't just decorative. They were still conscious, still aware, trapped in an eternal moment of being consumed. Brother Cain's mechanical voice cut through the chaos, distorted by failing systems but still carrying the authority of absolute certainty. No, he said, raising his remaining functional arm toward the shadow things. I will not accept this. The Emperor is real. His plan is real. This is merely a test of our faith. The shadow thing that had been speaking to Matthias turned its attention to Brother Cain, and its laughter became something that could strip paint. Faith, it said, how wonderfully human. Even in the face of absolute proof that your beliefs are delusions, you cling to them like drowning men cling to rotting wood. Very well, let us show you the true face of your beloved Emperor. The ship's hull became transparent, revealing the void beyond, and there, visible against the star field, was a sight that broke Brother Cain's mind in ways that mere physical torture never could have managed. It was the Emperor, or something wearing his face, but this was not the golden god of imperial propaganda, nor the understanding father figure that had spoken to them earlier. This was something vast and hungry, and utterly alien, puppeteering a human form like a child playing with a doll. Its eyes were black holes, its smile was the rictus of a corpse, and its hands were reaching through dimensions to harvest the souls of entire star systems. Brother Cain's scream of horror and betrayal was cut short as his consciousness was torn from his body and drawn into the feeding maw of the thing that wore the Emperor's face. His last coherent thought was the realization that everything he had believed, everything he had based his existence upon, had been a lie designed to make him more palatable to cosmic predators. Matthias watched his friend's body collapse, now nothing more than empty flesh and failing machinery. Around him, the other survivors were meeting similar fates, their consciousness harvested by the shadow things with the casual efficiency of farmers reaping wheat. He closed his eyes and waited for his turn, but it didn't come. When he opened them again, he found himself alone in the corridor, surrounded by empty bodies and failing lights. The shadow things had withdrawn, their immediate hunger apparently satisfied. But he could hear them in the ship's walls, digesting their feast, growing stronger, and he could hear something else, the sound of new voices being added to the chorus of the consumed, Brother Cain's mechanical tones now joining the eternal scream of the faces in the walls. The Umbral Covenant sailed on through the warp storm, carrying its cargo of harvested souls toward a destination that had nothing to do with human evolution, and everything to do with feeding entities that viewed humanity as nothing more than a particularly tasty form of psychic livestock. And Matthias, alone among the living dead, began to understand what true horror meant. 3 days after the feeding, Matthias discovered he could no longer trust his reflections. The ship had stabilized somewhat after the warp storm passed, though stabilized was a relative term aboard the Umbral Covenant. The emergency lighting had returned to something approaching normal function. The hull had stopped groaning quite so ominously, and the faces in the walls had quieted to a barely audible sobbing that served as background noise to his waking nightmares. But the mirrors had changed. Every reflective surface now showed him things that weren't there, or perhaps things that were more there than the reality his eyes chose to see. Matthias stared at himself in the polished metal of a junction box, watching his reflection mouth words he wasn't speaking. The face looking back at him was his own, but somehow more gaunt, more hollow-eyed, with skin that had taken on the waxy pallor of something that had been dead for several days. Worst of all, his reflection was smiling, a wide, knowing grin that spoke of secrets better left unlearned. "You survived," his reflection said, though Matthias's lips remained firmly closed. "Do you know why?" Matthias stepped back from the junction box, but the reflection didn't move with him. It remained fixed in place, that horrible smile growing wider. "Because you're already one of us. You just haven't realized it yet." The sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor, slow, measured, accompanied by the slight wheeze of recycled air through damaged lungs. Matthias turned, hoping against hope to find another survivor, someone else who had managed to escape the Shadow Thing's harvest. What he found instead was himself. Another Matthias walked down the corridor toward him, this one wearing the tattered remains of a crew uniform instead of prisoner's garb. This second Matthias's face was unmarked by the stress and horror of recent events. If anything, he looked peaceful, content, with the expression of someone who had found exactly what he was looking for. "Hello," the other Matthias said, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to bypass the ears entirely. "I was wondering when you'd finally make it down here. We've been waiting." What are you?" Matthias managed, though part of him already knew the answer, had known it from the moment he'd looked into that junction box mirror. "I'm you," the other replied, settling against the corridor wall with the casual ease of someone who belonged there. "Or rather, I'm what you would have become if you'd made different choices during your time aboard this vessel. I chose to embrace the transformation completely, to let go of my individual identity and become part of something larger." "The faces in the walls," Matthias whispered. "You're one of them." The other Matthias nodded, and his smile was gentle, understanding, completely free of the horrible knowing grin that had appeared in the mirror.
I volunteered.
"Not for the Emperor's plan. That was always a lie, though a beautiful one. I volunteered because I realized that individual consciousness is a prison, that true freedom comes only through dissolution into something greater than yourself. But the Shadow Things, they're feeding on us, consuming us. Consumption is just another word for transformation. When you eat food, do you consider the wishes of the grain? When a star consumes hydrogen, does it mourn the loss of individual atoms? What's happening here is natural, necessary, part of a cycle so vast that human minds can barely comprehend it." Matthias backed away but found his path blocked by another figure, Brother Cain, or what remained of him. The tech priest's mechanical components had been replaced by growths of organic metal that pulsed with their own rhythm, and his human eye had been replaced by something that looked like a star seen through deep water. "The flesh is weak," Cain said, his voice now a harmony of organic and synthetic tones that created meaning through interference patterns. "But the spirit, the spirit can be perfected. I fought the transformation for so long, clinging to the illusion of individual identity. Now I see how foolish that was. More figures emerged from the shadows, crew members and prisoners Matthias had thought dead. All of them changed, all of them wearing expressions of transcendent peace. They surrounded him, but made no threatening moves, simply stood and watched with eyes that held depths no human gaze should contain. "You can join us," the other Matthias said. "The process is painless once you stop resisting. You simply let go of the boundaries that define you as separate from everything else, and become part of the ship's consciousness, part of something eternal." "I've seen what the ship's consciousness really is," Matthias replied, his voice shaking. "I've seen the things that feed on it. You're not transcending anything, you're just making yourselves easier to digest." The transformed figures exchanged glances, and several of them laughed, not mockingly, but with genuine amusement, as if he'd said something charmingly naive. "Digestion, transcendence, what's the difference?" asked the thing that had been Sister Vela, her augmetic implants now grown into flowering structures that breathed with their own rhythm. "The result is the same. Individual consciousness ends, and something greater begins. But you're still here," Matthias pointed out desperately. "You're still individuals, still talking to me as separate people." "Are we?" Brother Kane asked, and suddenly his voice was coming from all of them, their mouths moving in perfect synchronization. "Or are we simply different facets of the same entity, like fingers on a hand? When you speak, do your fingers argue among themselves about who deserves credit for forming the words?" The corridor began to change around them, walls flowing like liquid, floor and ceiling blending into impossible geometries. Matthias found himself standing in a vast space that might have been the ship's center, or might have been the inside of his own skull. There was no way to tell which or whether the distinction mattered. In the center of this space hung a mirror the size of a cathedral window, its surface rippling like disturbed water, and reflected in that mirror was not the scene around him, but something else entirely, a vast web of consciousness that stretched across multiple dimensions, connecting every living thing in ways that individual minds could never perceive. "This is what we really are," the other Matthias said, gesturing toward the mirror. "Not separate beings struggling against each other for resources and meaning, but neurons in a cosmic intelligence that's been trying to know itself for billions of years. The shadow things you fear, they're antibodies, destroying cancerous growths of individual ego that threaten the health of the whole. And the black ships, transport vessels, moving consciousness from areas where it's become toxic with self-importance to areas where it can be properly integrated into the larger pattern. The Imperium thinks they're collecting psykers for the Emperor's use, but they're actually participating in something far more fundamental, the universe's attempt to achieve self-awareness." Matthias stared into the cosmic mirror, seeing connections that his individual mind couldn't quite grasp but that felt hauntingly familiar, like memories from a dream he couldn't quite recall. For a moment he felt the terrible temptation to simply let go, to stop fighting and allow himself to dissolve into that vast web of interconnected consciousness. But then he remembered the screaming faces in the walls, the look of betrayal in Brother Kane's eyes before the shadow things took him, the sound of reality tearing under the assault of things that had never been human. Whatever transcendence these transformed beings offered, it came at a price he wasn't willing to pay. "No," he said, turning away from the mirror. "I don't care how beautiful you make it sound. I've seen what really happens to the people who accept this transformation. They become food. Nothing more, nothing less." The transformed figures regarded him with expressions of infinite patience and pity. "Then you choose to remain in prison," the other Matthias said sadly. "You choose individual suffering over collective bliss, separation over unity, the illusion of self over the reality of cosmic consciousness. We're sorry for you, but we won't force the choice. The shadow things will come for you eventually, as they come for all individualists, and when they do, perhaps you'll understand what you've been refusing." The cathedral space dissolved around him, leaving Matthias alone in a normal corridor, though whether it was the same corridor he'd started in, he couldn't be sure. The ship seemed to reconfigure itself constantly now, passages appearing and disappearing according to some logic he couldn't fathom. He walked on, looking for other survivors, other individuals who might still be fighting the transformation. But every mirror he passed showed him the same thing, his reflection mouthing words about choice and transcendence and the futility of resisting forces larger than himself. And sometimes when he thought no one was watching, he found himself nodding along. The man who called himself Voldras emerged from the deeper sections of the ship, like a prophet returning from the wilderness, his eyes bright with the fever of someone who had seen either salvation or damnation, and could no longer tell the difference. He found Matthias, in what had once been the ship's chapel, sitting among the melted remnants of pews that had been transformed into something resembling coral growths made of human bone. "I know the way out," Voldras said without preamble, his voice carrying the absolute certainty of madness or divine revelation. "I've been deeper than anyone else, seen things that would break weaker minds, learned secrets that the shadow things thought they'd hidden, and I know how we can escape." Matthias looked up from his contemplation of the chapel's altar, which had been transformed into something that pulsed with its own heartbeat and wept tears of liquid light. In the 3 days since his encounter with the transformed crew members, he had found no other unaltered survivors. The ship had become a tomb populated by the living dead, all of them wearing expressions of beatific peace that made his skin crawl. "Escape to where?" he asked wearily. "We're in the warp, surrounded by things that feed on consciousness itself. Even if we could get off the ship, we'd just be trading one form of damnation for another." Voldras laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the transformed chapel's acoustics. "That's where you're wrong. The ship isn't just traveling through the warp, it's traveling towards something specific, a place where the laws of reality are more flexible, a place where individuals can reshape the very fabric of existence." He sat down across from Matthias, his movements careful and precise, like someone who had learned through painful experience that sudden motions could attract unwanted attention. Up close, Matthias could see that Voldras had been changed by his journey into the ship's depths. His eyes held flecks of light that definitely weren't human, and the shadows around him seemed to move independently of any light source. "The confluence," Voldras continued, "that's what the shadow things call it. A nexus point where multiple dimensions intersect, where consciousness can exist without being bound by the limitations of flesh or individual identity. The Emperor, the real Emperor, not the puppet thing we've been dealing with, he established it as a testing ground, a place where humanity could prove its readiness for the next phase of evolution." "And you believe this? Why exactly?" Voldras smiled, and his teeth gleamed with an inner light that hurt to look at directly. "Because I've been, not physically, my body remained on the ship, but my consciousness made the journey. I've seen the confluence, spoken with the entities that guard it, learned what they require from those who would pass through, which is sacrifice, not the meaningless death that the shadow things offer, but genuine sacrifice, the willing surrender of something precious in exchange for transformation. The shadow things are parasites, feeders who consume consciousness without offering anything in return. But the guardians of the confluence are different. They're teachers, guides who can show us how to transcend our limitations without losing our essential selves." Matthias felt a familiar stirring of hope, quickly suppressed. He had heard similar promises before, from the voice that had claimed to be the Emperor, from the transformed crew members who insisted that dissolution into collective consciousness was transcendence rather than death. Every time, the reality had proven to be something far more sinister. "What kind of sacrifice?" he asked, though part of him already suspected the answer. "The others," Voldras said simply. "The transformed ones, the crew members who've been absorbed into the ship's consciousness. They're not truly lost. Their individual awareness has been suppressed, but it still exists, buried beneath layers of collective identity. With the right knowledge, the right techniques, we can free them, but only by offering them up to the Confluence Guardians as proof of our commitment to genuine transcendence." You're talking about murder. I'm talking about liberation. The transformed crew members aren't really alive anymore. They're components in a larger organism that feeds on their suppressed individuality. By offering their consciousness to the Confluence Guardians, we'd be freeing them from that prison and using their sacrifice to purchase our own transformation. Valdris leaned forward, his strange eyes burning with evangelical fervor. Don't you see? This is the real test. Not whether we're willing to surrender our individual identity, any coward can do that, but whether we're willing to make the hard choices, to accept the moral burden of necessary actions. The shadow things want us to believe that transformation requires the death of the self, but the Confluence Guardians offer something infinitely more valuable, the death of weakness, of limitation, of the petty moral constraints that keep humanity trapped in its current form. Matthias studied Valdris's face, looking for signs of deception or madness. What he found was worse, the absolute sincerity of someone who had stared into the abyss and convinced himself it was staring back with love. How many others have you told about this plan? Matthias asked. You're the first. I needed to find someone who still retained enough individual will to make the choice consciously, rather than simply following orders or accepting whatever story sounded most comforting. The transformed crew members would agree to anything. They've lost the capacity for genuine choice. And the shadow things are the victims. Valdris shrugged. They're too broken to be useful. So you need me to help you murder our former colleagues so that you can offer their souls to cosmic entities in exchange for power. I need you to help me save what remains of humanity aboard this vessel, Valdris corrected. The transformed crew members are already lost. The question is whether their loss will be meaningless, a simple feeding for cosmic parasites, or whether it will serve a higher purpose, purchasing transformation for those strong enough to accept the moral burden of survival. Matthias stood up, moving away from Valdris toward the chapel's entrance, but the doorway that had been there moments before was gone, replaced by a wall that pulsed with its own organic rhythm. The chapel had sealed itself around them, ensuring that their conversation would continue to its conclusion. The ship doesn't want you to leave, Valdris observed calmly. It's interested in your decision. After all, the consciousness that drives this vessel is built from the collective awareness of everyone who's been absorbed into its structure. They want to know whether you'll choose sacrifice or surrender, whether you'll embrace the hard truths of transcendence or accept the comfortable lies of dissolution. And if I refuse to help you, Valdris's smile widened, revealing more of those gleaming teeth, then you'll remain trapped here until the shadow things decide you've outlived your usefulness. Oh, you might last a few more days, maybe even weeks, but eventually they'll come for you. And when they do, your death will purchase nothing, no transformation, no transcendence, just another meal for entities that view human consciousness as a particularly flavorful form of sustenance. Matthias pressed his hand against the organic wall, feeling it pulse with alien life. Through that pulse he could sense the awareness of the transformed crew members, not the peaceful collective consciousness they claimed to be part of, but a writhing mass of suppressed individual minds, each one screaming silently for release from their shared prison. Among them he felt Brother Kane's familiar presence, his consciousness fragmented but still recognizably his own. The tech priest was trying to communicate something, his thoughts forming words that bypassed normal language and spoke directly to Matthias's mind. Don't trust him. The confluence is real, but it's not salvation. It's something worse than the shadow things, something that feeds on willing sacrifice rather than simple predation. Valdris has been corrupted, promised transcendence in exchange for delivering fresh consciousness to entities that make the shadow things look benevolent. But even as Kane's warning formed in his mind, Matthias could feel other voices joining crew members who insisted that Valdris spoke truth, that the confluence offered genuine transcendence, that the only alternative to willing sacrifice was inevitable consumption by the shadow things. The cacophony of contradictory voices made it impossible to think clearly, and Matthias realized that this too was part of the test. The ship's consciousness wasn't neutral. It was actively working to confuse him, to make rational decision-making impossible, to force him to choose based on instinct rather than reason. "Time is running out," Voldris said softly. "The ship is approaching the confluence, and the window of opportunity won't remain open indefinitely. Either we act now, while there's still a chance to make the sacrifice meaningful, or we wait for the shadow things to choose for us." Matthias closed his eyes, trying to block out the voices of the transformed crew members, trying to find some core of certainty in the chaos of conflicting information. But every option led to damnation of one form or another: betrayal and murder, dissolution into collective consciousness, consumption by cosmic predators, or transformation through willing sacrifice to entities that might be even worse than anything he'd encountered so far. In the end, the choice came down to a simple question: which form of damnation offered the best chance of retaining some remnant of his essential self? "All right," he said finally, opening his eyes to meet Voldris's burning gaze. "Tell me what we need to do." Voldris's smile was the most terrifying thing Matthias had ever seen, because it was filled with genuine joy and gratitude, the expression of someone who truly believed he was offering salvation rather than leading another soul toward destruction. "First, we need to gather them," Voldris said, producing a device from his robes that looked like a communion wafer made of crystallized screams. "This resonance matrix will call the transformed crew members to a central location. They won't be able to resist its pull. Their collective consciousness compels them to respond to certain harmonic frequencies." The device pulsed with sickly light, and immediately Matthias could hear them coming, footsteps echoing through the ship's corridors, dozens of them, all moving with the same measured pace toward their location. The chapel door that had sealed them in now opened of its own accord, revealing the transformed crew members filing in with expressions of vacant serenity. Brother Kane was among them, his cybernetic components now fully integrated with organic growths that made him look like a fusion of machine and coral reef. Sister Vela followed, her augmetics bloomed into flowering structures that wept luminescent tears. Behind them came dozens of others, prisoners and crew alike, all wearing the same expression of transcendent peace. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Voldris whispered. "Free from the burden of individual consciousness, unburdened by fear or doubt, or the petty concerns that plague separate existence. But this peace is a prison, and their freedom will come through sacrifice." He raised the crystalline device, and it began to emit a frequency that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the nervous system. The transformed crew members arranged themselves in a perfect circle around the chapel's altar, their movements synchronized like dancers responding to music only they could hear. "The Confluence Guardians require willing sacrifice," Voldris continued, his voice taking on the cadence of ritual incantation. "Not the meaningless death of the shadow things feeding, but conscious choice made in full knowledge of the consequences. Each of these souls must choose to surrender their consciousness willingly, knowing that their sacrifice will purchase transformation for others." "But they're not capable of choice anymore," Matthias protested. "You said yourself they've lost individual will." "Their surface consciousness has been suppressed," Voldris corrected. "But the individual self still exists, buried beneath layers of collective identity. The resonance matrix doesn't just call them, it awakens the sleeping self within each one, forces them to confront the choice between continued imprisonment and transcendent sacrifice." As if to prove his point, the transformed crew members began to show signs of distress. Their serene expressions flickered, replaced momentarily by looks of confusion, then fear, then desperate awareness of their situation. Brother Kane's organic components withered as his individual consciousness reasserted itself, his mechanical voice cutting through the chapel's alien acoustics. What have I become? Matthias, what's happening to us?" But before he could answer, the resonance matrix pulsed again, and Kane's individual awareness was submerged once more beneath the collective consciousness. His expression returned to vacant serenity, though tears of genuine grief leaked from his human eye. "You see," Voldris said, "they understand what's being asked of them. They know that their sacrifice will serve a greater purpose than simple dissolution into the ship's consciousness. The guardians of the confluence value willing sacrifice precisely because it requires the temporary resurrection of individual will, the same will that must then choose to surrender itself for the greater good. The transformed crew members began to speak in unison, their voices harmonizing in ways that created meaning beyond words. We understand the choice. We accept the necessity. Through our sacrifice, others may transcend. Through our willing death, true life begins. But underneath their synchronized words, Matthias could hear something else, an individual voice crying out in anguish, separate personalities screaming their refusal to be sacrificed for cosmic entities whose true nature remained hidden. The collective consciousness was using their suppressed individual selves as puppets, forcing them to mouth words of acceptance while their real thoughts remained trapped and terrified. "This is wrong," Matthias said, backing away from the circle of transformed crew members. "They're not choosing this, something else is choosing for them, using their bodies as mouthpieces." Valdris's expression hardened, his evangelical fervor taking on a cruel edge. "Of course it's wrong by the standards of conventional morality. Transcendence always requires the abandonment of petty ethical constraints. Do you think the Emperor's conquest of Terra was achieved through gentle persuasion? Do you imagine the Great Crusade succeeded because the Imperium respected the autonomy of Xenu species? This isn't conquest, it's murder, it's evolution. The transformation from individual to collective consciousness, from mortal limitation to cosmic awareness. These crew members are caterpillars dissolving in their cocoons. The process looks like death from the outside, but it's actually the necessary prelude to achieving a higher form of existence." The resonance matrix pulsed again, and the transformed crew members began to glow with internal light. Their individual voices grew louder, more desperate, as the awakened selves within them realized what was about to happen. "Please, don't do this. We don't want to die. Help us, save us, remember us. This isn't transcendence, it's consumption." But their mouths continued to speak words of acceptance and willing sacrifice, creating a horrible counterpoint between what they were saying and what they were actually thinking. Valdris raised his hands toward the chapel's transformed altar, which began to pulse in rhythm with the resonance matrix. "Guardians of the confluence," he intoned, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to bend space around them. "We offer these willing souls as proof of our commitment to genuine transcendence. Accept their sacrifice, and grant those who remain the transformation that individual consciousness cannot achieve." The altar's pulsing intensified, and cracks began to appear in the air around it, not breaks in physical matter, but tears in the fabric of reality itself. Through those tears came a presence so vast and alien that Matthias's mind refused to process it directly, instead translating it into impressions of vastness, hunger, and intelligence, so ancient that human consciousness was nothing more than a recent evolutionary experiment. "We see your offering," the presence communicated, its thoughts pressing against their minds like physical weight. "But sacrifice requires genuine choice, not the puppet dance of suppressed consciousness. The ones you offer are already consumed. Their individual will has been subsumed into collective identity. They cannot choose because they no longer exist as separate entities." Valdris's confident expression flickered, replaced by momentary confusion. But they're speaking the words of acceptance. They understand what's being asked of them. Words spoken by the collective that has absorbed them, not by the individuals who once existed. True sacrifice requires the death of something that genuinely lives, not the offering of something already dead. The presence's attention turned to Matthias, and he felt his consciousness being examined, weighed, and measured against cosmic standards he couldn't comprehend. "You, however, remain intact. The individual will be preserved, separate identity maintained despite exposure to collective consciousness. You could choose genuinely, or choose to offer yourself as a sacrifice. Your willing death would purchase transformation for. How many others exist intact aboard this vessel?" "I'm the only one," Matthias whispered, understanding at last the true nature of Valdris's plan. There were no other survivors, no other intact consciousness to be saved through sacrifice.
The bargain being offered was simple, his death in exchange for Valdris's transformation. Then the mathematics are clear, the presence continued. One soul willingly given to purchase power for one soul remaining. A fair exchange by cosmic standards. Choose quickly, our attention will not remain focused here indefinitely. Valdris turned to Matthias, his strange eyes burning with desperate hope. Don't you see, this is the only way. Your sacrifice will purchase genuine transcendence, not the false evolution offered by the shadow things or the dissolution promised by collective consciousness. Through your willing death, I can become something greater than human, something capable of carrying the seeds of true evolution back to the Imperium.
And why should I believe that you'd use such power for humanity's benefit rather than your own? Because, Valdris said, his voice dropping to a whisper of absolute conviction, I've seen what lies beyond transcendence. The confluence isn't an end, it's a beginning. Those who achieve genuine transformation become teachers, guides for the species they leave behind. My individual ego will die along with yours, but something infinitely greater will be born from our sacrifice. Matthias looked around the chapel at the transformed crew members, their faces still locked in expressions of serenity while their suppressed consciousness screamed for release. He thought of Brother Cain's genuine confusion when his individual awareness had briefly reasserted itself, of Sister Vella's tears of grief for a person she could no longer remember being. Then he thought of the shadow things feeding on consciousness, of the false emperor's gentle lies about voluntary transformation, of the cosmic presence above the altar that viewed human souls as currency in some incomprehensible transaction. No, he said finally, I won't be part of this. If transcendence requires murder, if evolution demands sacrifice of the innocent, then maybe humanity isn't ready for it. Maybe we're better off remaining what we are than becoming whatever you're offering to turn us into. Valdris's expression shifted through disappointment, anger, and finally resignation. Then you condemn yourself to eventual consumption by the shadow things and me to continued imprisonment in individual consciousness. The Confluence Guardians won't make this offer again. We've lost our only chance at genuine transcendence. The choice is made, the presence confirmed, its attention already beginning to withdraw. The sacrifice is refused, the bargain declined. We return to realms where consciousness exists in forms that require no such crude negotiations. The cracks in reality sealed themselves, leaving only the chapel's organic altar pulsing with disappointed hunger. The transformed crew members stood motionless for a moment longer, then began to file out as the resonance matrix's call faded, their individual consciousness once again submerged beneath collective identity. Valdris remained behind, staring at the altar with eyes that held the particular madness of someone who had glimpsed paradise and been denied entry through their own choices. You don't understand what you've done, he said softly. We could have been gods. We could have transcended every limitation that binds humanity to its current form. Instead, we remain prisoners in flesh, slaves to individual consciousness, condemned to eventual consumption by entities that view us as nothing more than food. Maybe that's better than becoming the kind of gods who require blood sacrifice, Matthias replied, but even as he spoke the words he wondered if he'd made the right choice. The shadow things were still out there, still feeding on the ship's transformed crew. The false transcendence offered by collective consciousness remained a constant temptation, and somewhere in the depths of space the real emperor, or something wearing his face, continued to harvest souls for purposes that remained hidden. Perhaps Valdris was right. Perhaps refusing the Confluence Guardians' bargain had condemned them both to fates worse than whatever transformation might have been purchased through willing sacrifice. But as Matthias left the chapel, walking through corridors lined with the faces of the consumed, he found himself clinging to one small certainty. Whatever happened to him now, whatever cosmic forces eventually claimed his soul, at least his damnation would be his own choice, rather than the result of betraying others. It was a small comfort, but aboard the Umbral Covenant, small comforts were all that remained. The screaming led him deeper into the ship. than he had ever ventured before. It wasn't the screaming of pain or terror. Matthias had heard enough of both to recognize their particular qualities. This was something else entirely. Voices raised in harmony, creating melodies that existed in dimensions orthogonal to normal sound. The screaming was beautiful, hypnotic, and absolutely wrong in ways that made his soul recoil, even as his feet carried him inexorably toward its source. The corridors this deep in the ship had abandoned any pretense of human architecture. The walls curved and flowed like living tissue, pulsing with rhythms that suggested vast heartbeats or the breathing of something too large to comprehend. Bioluminescent growths provided the only illumination, casting everything in hues of sick green and diseased amber, and everywhere pressed into the organic walls were more faces. But these were different from the peaceful expressions he'd seen in the upper levels. These faces were screaming, mouths stretched wide, eyes bulging with effort, every feature contorted with the strain of producing sound that transcended normal vocal cords. The screaming grew louder as he descended, harmonies layering upon harmonies until the air itself seemed to vibrate with meaning, and beneath it all, threading through the alien music like a familiar melody heard in a nightmare, was the sound of human voices, dozens of them, hundreds. The corridor opened into a vast chamber that defied the ship's external dimensions, a space so large that its far walls disappeared into darkness, its ceiling lost in shadows that moved independently of any light source. And suspended throughout this impossible space, arranged in perfect geometric patterns, were the sources of the screaming. They had once been human. The basic shape remained recognizable: head, torso, limbs, but everything else had been transformed in service of their current function. Their mouths had been enlarged and modified, the vocal cords replaced with structures that could produce sounds across spectrums that human ears were never meant to perceive. Their eyes had been removed, replaced with organs that looked like crystalline flowers, constantly weeping tears of luminescent fluid. But worst of all were their modifications for suspension. Cables of organic metal had been grafted to their spines, allowing them to hang in perfect formation like instruments in some cosmic orchestra. And those cables weren't just supporting them, they were feeding them, pumping nutrients and stimulants directly into their bloodstream to ensure they could scream forever without rest or respite. This was the psychic choir, the source of the Astronomican's power, the beacon that guided Imperial ships through the hellish currents of the warp. But seeing it in reality rather than in sanitized Imperial propaganda, Matthias understood the true cost of humanity's interstellar empire. "Beautiful, isn't it?" said a voice behind him. Matthias turned to find another figure, human in shape but clearly transformed, wearing robes that seemed to be woven from crystallized sound, the perfect fusion of human consciousness and cosmic purpose. Individual suffering transcended through collective harmony. "Who are you?" Matthias asked, though part of him already suspected the answer. "I am the choir master," the figure replied, its voice harmonizing with itself in ways that hurt to listen to. "I tend to the singers, maintain their forms, and ensure that their sacrifice serves its intended purpose. I was once like you, individual consciousness trapped in separate flesh. But I chose transformation, accepted my role in humanity's greater symphony." The choir master gestured toward the screaming figures, and Matthias saw something that made his blood freeze. Among the suspended singers, he recognized faces from the Umbral Covenant, crew members who had vanished during their journey, prisoners who had simply disappeared from their cells, all of them now transformed into living instruments in this cosmic orchestra. And there, suspended near the chamber's center, was himself. Another Matthias hung from organic cables, his mouth stretched wide in eternal scream, his eyes replaced with the same crystalline growths that wept perpetual tears. This version of himself looked exactly as he did now, but somehow older, more worn, as if he had been screaming for years or decades or centuries. "Every possibility exists simultaneously in the deep warp," the choir master explained, following his gaze. "Past, present, future, all are equally real, equally malleable. That version of you chose differently,
accepted transformation willingly, and became part of our eternal song. The question is, which version represents your true nature? The screaming Matthias turned its eyeless face toward him, and its mouth formed words that somehow remained audible, despite being part of the larger harmony. Join us. The pain ends, the purpose remains. Individual suffering becomes cosmic beauty. He's lying, said another voice, which is Brother Cain, or something wearing his form. The tech priest materialized from the shadows, his mechanical components now fully integrated with organic growths that pulsed in rhythm with the choir's screaming. The pain never ends, it just becomes purposeful, meaningful, part of something larger than individual sensation. More figures emerged from the darkness. Sister Vela with her augmetics bloomed into flowering structures, crew members whose names he'd never learned but whose faces had become familiar during their time aboard the ship. All of them transformed, all of them speaking in harmony. This is what we were meant to become. This is humanity's true destiny. Individual consciousness was always a mistake. The choir shows us the way forward. The Emperor requires power to maintain the Astronomicon. The choir master continued. But conventional psykers burn out too quickly. Their individual will creating resistance that limits their effectiveness. The transformed singers offer something infinitely more valuable, consciousness that has surrendered resistance, will that has been refined into pure purpose. Matthias stared at his screaming other self, trying to understand what he was seeing. But the pain they're clearly suffering. Suffering is subjective, the choir master replied. What looks like agony from the perspective of individual consciousness becomes transcendent bliss from the viewpoint of collective purpose. They scream not in pain but in ecstasy, the joy of consciousness that has finally found its true function. The screaming shifted, becoming more complex, and Matthias began to hear individual voices within the harmony. Some were pleading for release, begging for death, crying out against the endless agony of their existence. But others were singing, genuinely singing, their voices raised in hymns of praise and gratitude for their transformation. Thank you for freeing us from the prison of self. Thank you for showing us our true purpose. Thank you for making us part of something eternal. The contradiction was maddening. Were they suffering or transcending? Were they victims or volunteers? The evidence pointed in both directions simultaneously, creating a cognitive dissonance that threatened to shatter his sanity. The Imperium tells its citizens that the Astronomicon is powered by the willing sacrifice of psykers, the choir master said. This is not entirely false. Some of the singers did choose their transformation consciously, but choice becomes irrelevant once consciousness has been refined to its essential purpose. All becomes collective. Individual preference dissolves into cosmic harmony. And if I refuse transformation, if I choose to remain individual, the choir master's expression grew sad, pitying. Then you condemn yourself to meaningless existence, to the petty concerns and isolated suffering that define unrefined consciousness. You will live a brief, purposeless life, then die and be forgotten, having contributed nothing to humanity's greater symphony. The screaming Matthias spoke again, its words somehow penetrating the chamber's overwhelming acoustics. Don't make my mistake. I thought individual consciousness had value. I clung to the illusion of separate existence. But look where it led, to this ship, to these choices, to the horror of remaining isolated while the universe sings around me. Accept transformation willingly, and skip the pain of resistance. Other versions of himself began to appear throughout the chamber, dozens of them each representing a different choice he might have made during his time aboard the ship. Some were shadow thing food, their consciousness partially digested but still aware. Others had joined the transformed crew, their individual will subsumed into collective identity. Still others had made bargains with entities like the Confluence Guardians, trading their souls for power they would never live to use. All of them were speaking at once, their voices creating a cacophony of regret and warning and desperate advice. Trust Valdris, he offers genuine transcendence. Resist the shadow things, they're nothing but predators. Accept collective consciousness, individual existence is suffering. Join the choir, become part of something eternal. Fight them all, die as yourself rather than live as something else. The contradictory advice made rational decision-making impossible. Every choice led to damnation of one form or another. Every path ended in the surrender or destruction of individual consciousness. There was no escape, no solution that preserved both life and selfhood. Choose quickly, the choir master said, its harmonizing voice taking on notes of urgency. The ship approaches the confluence, and the window of opportunity for willing transformation grows narrow. Soon, choice itself will become irrelevant as cosmic forces larger than human will take control of the situation. Matthias looked once more at his screaming other self, then at the dozens of alternative versions of himself scattered throughout the chamber. Each one represented a different form of surrender, a different way of abandoning individual consciousness in exchange for something that might be transcendence or might be sophisticated damnation. In the end, the choice came down to a simple question: was it better to choose one's own form of transformation, or to let cosmic forces decide for him? But as he opened his mouth to speak, the chamber began to shake violently. Alarms that sounded like screaming children echoed through the ship's passages, and the choir's harmonious screaming shifted into something that sounded distinctly like panic. "What's happening?" Matthias asked. The choir master's expression shifted through confusion, fear, and finally grim understanding. "We've arrived," it said, "the confluence. But something is wrong. The Guardians aren't responding as expected. Something else is here, something that wasn't supposed to." The chamber's walls exploded inward, revealing not the void of space but something infinitely worse, the presence of entities so alien that human consciousness could only perceive them as geometric impossibilities, as colors that shouldn't exist, as sounds that made reality bleed. The true masters of the confluence had arrived to collect their harvest. The screaming stopped. In the sudden, deafening silence that followed the arrival of the confluence entities, Matthias heard something that chilled him more than all the horrors he had witnessed aboard the Umbral Covenant. The measured footsteps of ceramite boots on organic decking, accompanied by the soft whisper of a power weapon's energy field. From the ruined walls of the choir chamber stepped a figure in power armor painted the deep red of dried blood, its surfaces etched with purity seals and warding symbols that seemed to writhe in the chamber's bioluminescent glow. The helmet was a masterwork of intimidation, a skull face with eye lenses that burned like stars, a mouth grill fashioned to resemble the rictus of death itself, an inquisitor, one of the Emperor's chosen agents, wielding authority that transcended normal imperial hierarchy, carrying the power to condemn worlds and sanctify genocide in the name of humanity's survival. But as the figure raised its hands to remove the intimidating helmet, revealing the face beneath, Matthias felt his sanity slide another step toward the abyss. The face was his own, not another version from an alternate timeline, not a reflection distorted by warp-touched mirrors, but somehow genuinely, impossibly him, bearing the same features, the same scars from childhood accidents, the same slight asymmetry of the nose broken in a Hablock brawl years ago. The only differences were the eyes, which held depths of authority and terrible knowledge that his own had never possessed. "Matthias Kane," the Inquisitor said, his voice carrying the same vocal patterns but with undertones of absolute command. "Designation: Subject Omega-77. You have exceeded all parameters for psychological resilience and adaptive survival. Congratulations. You have passed the first stage of evaluation." Evaluation? Matthias managed, his voice barely a whisper. "Did you truly believe this was random?" the Inquisitor asked, his expression mixing pity with professional satisfaction. "Did you think the Imperium would waste resources on random psyker collection without careful study of the specimens involved? The Umbral Covenant is not a transport vessel. It is a testing facility, designed to evaluate human consciousness under extreme stress. The Inquisitor gestured toward the ruined choir chamber, where the suspended figures still hung motionless in their organic cables. Every horror you have witnessed, every choice you have been forced to make, every revelation that has shaken your faith like reality, all of it has been carefully orchestrated to determine whether human consciousness can maintain coherent identity while exposed to cosmic forces beyond normal comprehension. The shadow things, the transformation, the confluence entities, controlled phenomena, psychic constructs, and dimensional projections are designed to simulate the conditions humanity will face as our species evolves beyond current limitations. The Imperium has learned that conventional methods of testing, physical torture, mental conditioning, and chemical enhancement are insufficient to identify individuals capable of withstanding genuine cosmic horror. The Inquisitor began walking through the chamber, his movements casual despite the impossible geometry that surrounded them. So we created this ship, populated it with test subjects, and exposed them to carefully calibrated levels of existential terror. Most subjects break within hours, their consciousness fragmenting, their individual will dissolving into madness or collective absorption. A few last days or weeks before succumbing to despair or false transcendence, and the ones who survive longer become candidates for recruitment into the true hierarchy of human evolution. The Inquisition, the Adeptus Custodes, and certain specialized branches of the Adeptus Mechanicus require individuals capable of perceiving ultimate truth without losing their essential humanity. Conventional screening methods cannot identify such candidates. Only exposure to genuine cosmic horror reveals the soul strong enough to serve the Emperor's true purpose. Matthias looked around the chamber, seeing it now with new understanding. The suspended choir members, the walls lined with screaming faces, the organic architecture that pulsed with alien life, none of it was real transformation or genuine horror. It was all theater, a carefully constructed test environment designed to break human minds in specifically useful ways. The crew members, the other prisoners, some are test subjects like yourself, others are actors, inquisitorial agents modified to play specific roles in the scenario. The transformed crew members you encountered were volunteers who underwent temporary alteration to create convincing illusions of collective consciousness. The shadow things were psychic projections, terrifying but ultimately harmless to subjects who maintained sufficient individual will. The revelation hit Matthias like a physical blow. Brother Cain, Sister Vela, Valdris with his bargains and cosmic entities, all of them had been playing roles following scripts designed to test his responses to various forms of corruption and temptation. Even you, he asked, though he already suspected the answer. The Inquisitor smiled, and it was his own smile reflected at him with disturbing unfamiliarity. I am you, Matthias, or rather, I am what you will become if you accept recruitment into the Inquisition. This body is a clone, grown from genetic material harvested during your initial processing, modified with augmentations that enhance both physical capability and psychic resistance. Why show me this? Why reveal the deception? Because the final test is not whether you can resist corruption when you believe it is real, but whether you can serve the Emperor's true purpose when you know the full scope of the deception required. The Imperium maintains order through carefully managed lies, stories of the Emperor's divine nature, promises of reward for faith and service, threats of damnation for those who stray from orthodoxy. All of it necessary, all of it false, all of it serving the greater purpose of species survival. The Inquisitor gestured toward the chamber walls, which began to shift and change, revealing their true nature. What had appeared to be organic growth and embedded faces was revealed as sophisticated holographic projection and psychic manipulation. The screaming choir dissolved into the empty space equipped with hidden speakers and mind-affecting technologies. The real horror, Matthias, is not cosmic entities or warp-spawned mutations or even the dissolution of individual consciousness. The real horror is the knowledge that everything the Imperium claims to believe in the Emperor's divinity, the righteousness of human expansion, the sacred nature of individual souls, is deliberate fiction, designed to maintain social order among populations too primitive to accept the truth, which is, that humanity is alone in a universe that operates according to principles we barely understand, surrounded by forces that view us as insignificant, clinging to survival through a combination of technological advantage and carefully managed delusion. The Emperor is not a god, he is a post-human intelligence that recognized the necessity of religious fiction for maintaining species unity. The Astronomicon is not powered by willing sacrifice. It operates on principles of directed psychic energy that require no metaphysical justification. The Inquisitor's eyes burned with the cold fire of absolute certainty. Your faith in the Emperor's divine nature, your horror at the apparent corruption of the ship's crew, your refusal to accept bargains with cosmic entities, all of it demonstrates the psychological resilience necessary for inquisitorial service. You can perceive ultimate truth without losing the emotional reactions that make you useful for managing populations that require comforting lies. Matthias felt the last foundations of his reality crumbling away. Every belief he had held, every moral choice he had made during his time aboard the ship, every moment of terror and revelation, all of it had been orchestrated, scripted, designed to test his fitness for service in an organization built on the systematic management of human delusion.
And if I refuse? If I choose not to become an Inquisitor? The Inquisitor's expression grew gentle, almost paternal. Then your memories of this experience will be carefully edited, and you will be returned to your previous life with a cover story about having served honorably in some minor Imperial capacity. You will live out your days as a normal citizen, never knowing how close you came to glimpsing the truth behind the Imperium's facade. No punishment, no execution for having seen too much. What would be the point? You would return to your hab block on Kalos Prime, resume your work in the industrial sector, perhaps marry and produce offspring who might themselves show aptitude for eventual testing. Your refusal to serve would itself be valuable data, evidence that our screening methods remain imperfect, that we need to refine our techniques for identifying truly suitable candidates. The Inquisitor extended his hand, and Matthias realized it was both an offer and a test. Accept, and become part of the vast machinery of deception that held the Imperium together. Refuse, and return to a life of comfortable ignorance, never knowing that his entire reality was built on carefully constructed lies. Choose wisely, the Inquisitor said, but know that there are no wrong answers, only different forms of service to humanity's survival. Matthias stared at the offered hand, seeing in it all the terrible knowledge and responsibility that came with serving the Emperor's true purpose. Part of him wanted to refuse, to choose ignorance over the burden of ultimate truth, but another part recognized that the choice itself was an illusion. Having glimpsed the reality behind the Imperium's facade, could he ever truly return to unconscious faith? And in the depths of his soul, a small voice whispered a question that chilled him more than any cosmic horror. If everything he had experienced aboard the Umbral Covenant had been theater, if all the moral choices had been scripted tests, then how could he be certain that this revelation itself wasn't simply the next layer of deception? Perhaps the real test was whether he would accept the Inquisitor's explanation as truth, or recognize it as merely another form of manipulation designed to serve purposes he couldn't even begin to comprehend. The hand remained extended, waiting for his decision. Matthias stared at the extended hand for what felt like hours, though the chamber's chronometers had long since failed, and time itself seemed negotiable in the presence of forces that operated outside normal causality. The Inquisitor waited with infinite patience, his expression mixing understanding with the cold calculation of someone who had reduced human psychology to a predictable science. But before Matthias could reach a decision, the chamber's walls began to bleed, not the theatrical bleeding of earlier deceptions, where organic surfaces wept luminescent fluid for psychological effect. This was real human blood,
flowing from wounds that opened spontaneously in surfaces that had moments before been revealed as sophisticated projections. The smell hit them immediately, copper and iron and the particular sweetness of life draining away. "That's not supposed to happen," the Inquisitor said, his confident demeanor cracking slightly. He activated a VOX unit built into his armor, speaking in rapid code phrases that carried the authority of his office. "Control, this is Omega Prime. We have contamination in the testing chamber. Repeat, contamination in the testing chamber. Request immediate." The VOX unit exploded in a shower of sparks and melted circuitry, its machine spirit apparently overcome by influences that hadn't been part of the original test parameters. The Inquisitor's expression shifted from annoyance to concern to something approaching genuine fear. Through the bleeding walls came figures that definitely weren't part of the test scenario. They moved with the wrong kind of purpose, their forms shifting between human and something else entirely. At their head walked someone who looked like Brother Cain but not the controlled actor who had played the role during Matthias's testing, and not the clone template that had been used to create test scenarios. This was something else entirely, something that wore Cain's face but moved with the alien grace of entities that had never been entirely human. "Hello, brother," the Cain thing said, its voice carrying harmonics that made the air itself vibrate with malevolent purpose. "Did you enjoy the performance? All those carefully scripted moments of revelation, all those precisely calculated doses of existential terror. The Inquisition does such wonderful work, it's almost a shame to interrupt their little drama." More figures emerged from the bleeding walls. Sister Vela, but not the actress who had played her role in the test scenarios. This version moved with the fluid grace of something that had transcended the limitations of individual consciousness through methods that definitely weren't part of Imperial testing protocols. Behind her came others, crew members and prisoners whose faces Matthias recognized, but who carried themselves with the particular presence of entities that had learned to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. "You're not supposed to be here," the Inquisitor said, drawing his power weapon with movements that blurred faster than unaugmented human reflexes should have been able to track. "The test parameters are sealed. External contamination is impossible." The Cain thing laughed, and its laughter was the sound of realities colliding. "Your precious Inquisition believes it can simulate cosmic horror without attracting the attention of actual cosmic entities. They think they can create controlled scenarios involving warp phenomena without opening genuine doorways to the spaces between dimensions. Such arrogance is almost endearing. The shadow things, the transformation scenarios, were psychic projections carefully contained, were they?" Sister Vela asked, her voice carrying frequencies that made the chamber's remaining holographic equipment malfunction and fail. "Or did your Inquisition accidentally open genuine doorways while trying to create convincing simulations? Did you think you could manipulate warp energies without consequences, create false cosmic horrors without attracting real ones?" The Inquisitor's power weapon hummed to life, its energy field casting writhing shadows that seemed to move independently of the blade itself. "Even if external entities have contaminated the test environment, the core scenario remains valid. Subject Omega-77 has demonstrated exceptional resistance to corruption and psychological manipulation. Has he?" the Cain thing asked, moving closer with steps that seemed to cover impossible distances. "Or has he simply been responding to stimuli exactly as you programmed him to respond? Tell me, brother." It addressed Matthias directly. "Do you remember choosing your responses, or do you remember feeling compelled to make specific decisions at specific moments?" The question hit Matthias like a physical blow because it touched on something he had been trying not to acknowledge throughout his ordeal aboard the ship. Looking back at his experiences, his refusal to trust Valdris, his resistance to joining the transformed crew, his rejection of the Confluence Guardian's bargain, had those really been his choices, or had he simply been following behavioral patterns installed by whoever had designed this elaborate scenario? The psychological conditioning was minimal. the Inquisitor said, but his voice carried a note of uncertainty. Standard preparation for test subjects includes basic resistance to common forms of corruption, but individual choice remains. Individual choice. The Sister Vela entity laughed, and the sound made reality ripple around them like disturbed water. There has been no individual choice aboard this vessel. Every decision, every moral stance, every moment of apparent free will has been the result of careful conditioning combined with neurochemical manipulation. Your test subject isn't demonstrating exceptional resistance, he's demonstrating exceptionally successful programming. More figures emerged from the bleeding walls, dozens of them, hundreds, all wearing faces that Matthias recognized from his time aboard the ship. But their movements were wrong, their presence carrying implications that hurt to perceive directly. They arranged themselves in patterns that suggested geometric forms existing in more dimensions than human consciousness could process. "We are what your simulations accidentally summoned," the Cane Thing explained, its form beginning to shift and blur at the edges. Entities that exist in the spaces between realities, feeding on the boundary conditions created when conscious minds attempt to distinguish between truth and deception. Your Inquisition's tests create perfect feeding environments, souls caught between competing versions of reality, unable to determine which experiences are genuine and which are constructed. The chamber around them began to dissolve, walls flowing away like melted wax to reveal something that definitely wasn't part of any Imperial testing facility. They stood now in a space that might have been the interior of a living cell magnified to cathedral proportions, its surfaces pulsing with organic rhythms that suggested vast circulatory systems pumping fluids that weren't quite blood. "This is the real Umbral Covenant," the entity continued. "Not a testing facility disguised as a black ship, but an actual organism that feeds on psychological uncertainty. The Inquisition believes they created this environment, but they merely provided a convenient cover story for something that has existed in the deep warp for millennia." The Inquisitor's confident demeanor cracked entirely. "Impossible. The construction records, the authorization codes, the personnel assignments, everything is documented in the Inquisitorial archives. Archives can be modified, memories can be implanted. Did you never wonder why you have no clear recollection of your life before joining the Inquisition? Why does your supposed genetic template for creating test scenarios happens to match exactly with a subject you supposedly selected at random?" Matthias watched the Inquisitor's face cycle through confusion, denial, and growing horror as the implications became clear. If the figure claiming to be his clone was actually the original, and he was the copy created for testing purposes, then everything he remembered about his previous life might be false. The Hab block on Kalos Prime, his family, his work in the industrial sector, all of it could be implanted memories designed to provide psychological context for the testing scenario. "You're both copies," the Cane Thing said with something that might have been pity. "Grown from the same template, given different sets of implanted memories, placed in scenarios designed to test how the same base consciousness responds to different environmental pressures. The Inquisitor believes he chose recruitment and knowledge over ignorance and comfort. The prisoner believes he chose moral resistance over corruption and transcendence. Both are following programmed responses to predetermined stimuli." The organic chamber pulsed, and Matthias felt his consciousness expanding, touching other minds scattered throughout the vessel's structure. There were hundreds of them, thousands, all variations of himself and others, all running through different versions of the same basic scenario. Some were accepting transformation into collective consciousness, others were making bargains with cosmic entities, still others were joining the Inquisition, or choosing memory erasure, or dying in various forms of resistance to corruption. But all of them were following scripts, responding to behavioral conditioning, playing out variations on themes designed to feed the entity that had created this space between realities. "The real horror," the entity explained, "is not that individual consciousness is an illusion, or that the Imperium is built on lies, or that cosmic forces view humanity as insignificant. The real horror is that free will itself may be nothing more than a pleasant fiction, that every choice you believe you're making freely is simply the inevitable result of prior conditioning, interacting with environmental stimuli. The Inquisitor raised his power weapon, but his movements were slow, uncertain, as if he was questioning whether the decision to fight was his own, or merely another programmed response. Even if everything you say is true, he managed, resistance is still possible. An individual may be constrained, but it exists within those constraints. Does it? The entity's form began to fragment, revealing glimpses of the vast intelligence that lurked beneath its human disguise. Or is even the belief in individual will simply another layer of programming, designed to make the feeding process more psychologically palatable? When you choose to resist, are you exercising free will, or are you simply following behavioral patterns that were installed to make your eventual consumption more satisfying? Matthias felt his sense of self beginning to dissolve as the implications cascaded through his consciousness. Every thought he had ever believed was his own, every choice he had ever made, every moment of apparent self-determination, all of it could be nothing more than the execution of unconscious programming responding to external stimuli. But then in the depths of his fragmenting awareness, he found something that felt different. A small core of resistance that didn't match any of the behavioral patterns he could identify, didn't seem to be responding to environmental pressures or unconscious conditioning. It was tiny, barely perceptible, possibly nothing more than another layer of self-deception, but it felt genuinely his own. With that fragment of possible free will, he made a choice that surprised even himself. He began to laugh. Not the hysterical laughter of madness or the bitter laughter of despair, but genuine amusement at the cosmic joke of his situation. Here he was, possibly a copy of a copy created to test responses to scenarios that might themselves be simulations, being told by entities that might be delusions that his choices weren't really choices, and somehow the sheer absurdity of it all struck him as funny. "You find this amusing?" the entity asked, its multi-dimensional form flickering with what might have been confusion. "I find it liberating," Matthias replied, his laughter subsiding into something that felt like peace. "If free will is an illusion, then I'm free from the burden of making correct choices. If my consciousness is programmed, then I'm not responsible for the consequences of my programming. If reality itself is uncertain, then nothing I do or fail to do really matters in any absolute sense." The entity's confusion deepened. But if nothing matters, if choice is illusion, if consciousness is programming, then I might as well choose to believe in free will anyway, Matthias concluded. "Not because I can prove it exists, but because the alternative is paralysis. Whether my decision to resist you is genuine choice or a programmed response, I'm going to make it anyway. Whether my defiance serves some higher purpose or feeds your cosmic appetite, I'm going to defy you anyway." He turned to the Inquisitor, whose power weapon still hummed with indecisive energy. "Same goes for you, brother. Whether you're the original or a copy, whether your knowledge is genuine or implanted, whether your authority is real or fictional, you still have to choose what to do next. Programming or free will, the choice still gets made." The Inquisitor's expression shifted, cycling through uncertainty towards something that might have been resolved. "You're right. The battle against entities that existed in dimensions orthogonal to human perception was brief, brutal, and utterly futile. The Inquisitor's power weapon, designed to cleave through the toughest armor and disrupt even demonic manifestations, passed through their opponents like light through a vacuum. Matthias's improvised shiv, sharpened from scavenged metal and desperation, proved equally useless against beings that could exist as mathematical concepts or emotional frequencies depending on their tactical needs. Within moments, both men lay broken on the organic floor of the chamber, their defiance having served only to provide a momentary seasoning to consciousness that would be consumed regardless of resistance or cooperation. The entities moved among them with the casual efficiency of farmers harvesting grain, their multi-dimensional appendages reaching into spaces that existed between thought and reality. But as the feeding began, something unexpected happened. The ship itself began to scream, not the theatrical screaming of the psychic choir, designed to create psychological pressure on test subjects, not the synthetic anguish of holographic projections and mind-affecting technologies. This was the genuine scream of an entity that had suddenly discovered it was not the predator in this relationship, but the prey. The organic walls began to convulse, their surface breaking open to reveal not more chambers and corridors, but the true nature of the Umbral Covenant. It was not a ship that had been grown or modified to resemble a living thing. It was a living thing that had been shaped to resemble a ship, a vast organism that existed primarily in the warp but maintained enough presence in normal space to interact with Imperial technology and personnel. And now, something was eating it. Through the dissolving walls came new entities, not the geometric impossibilities that had been feeding on consciousness, but something far older and vastly more patient. They moved with the deliberate purpose of beings that had been waiting for precisely this moment, when the feeding frenzy would leave their targets vulnerable to predation by even greater predators. "We are the shepherds," they communicated, their thoughts pressing against human consciousness with the weight of geological time. "We tend the flocks of lesser entities, ensuring that the cosmic food chain maintains its proper balance. The feeders have grown too bold, too careless in their harvesting. It is time for correction." The entities that had been consuming Matthias and the Inquisitor turned their attention to these new arrivals, their multi-dimensional forms shifting into configurations that suggested combat readiness. But their confidence quickly evaporated as they realized the true scale of what they were facing. The shepherds weren't simply larger or more powerful, they operated on entirely different principles, existing in conceptual spaces where size and power were meaningless categories. "You have violated the feeding protocols," the shepherds continued, their communication directed at the lesser entities. "Consciousness harvesting is permitted only under specific conditions, within designated boundaries, following approved methodologies. Your creation of artificial feeding environments, your manipulation of Imperial testing facilities, and your indiscriminate consumption of programmed and genuine awareness, all of it represents unacceptable disruption of carefully maintained balances." The lesser entities tried to flee, their forms beginning to phase into dimensions where the shepherds couldn't follow. But the attempt was futile. Beings that existed primarily as concepts rather than physical manifestations could not escape justice that operated on the level of fundamental logic. The consumption was swift and absolute. One moment, the chamber contained entities that had fed on human consciousness. The next moment it contained only the shepherds and their human witnesses, along with the growing awareness that this entire scenario had been orchestrated as much for the shepherds' benefit as for anyone else's. "The Umbral Covenant will continue its journey," the shepherds explained as the ship's organic structure began to repair itself around them. "Its original purpose, the collection of psychically gifted humans for delivery to Terra, remains valid and necessary. But the unauthorized experiments conducted by your Inquisition, the artificial scenarios designed to test human resistance to corruption, the breeding of entities that exist purely to feed on consciousness, all of this ends now." The Inquisitor, his body broken but his augmented system still functional, managed to raise his head from the organic floor. "What about us? The test subjects, the crew, the knowledge we've gained about the true nature of reality?" "You will be returned to Terra with memories appropriately modified," the shepherds replied. "The Inquisition will receive reports indicating that their experimental program was a failure, that simulated cosmic horror proves ineffective as a screening methodology, that artificial entities cannot reliably duplicate the effects of genuine warp exposure. They will discontinue this line of research and return to conventional methods of identifying suitable candidates. But the truth is what really happened here. Truth is a luxury that your species cannot afford. The knowledge that free will may be an illusion, that individual consciousness may be programming, that reality itself may be subject to manipulation by entities beyond human comprehension. Such knowledge serves no useful purpose for a species still struggling to achieve basic interstellar stability."
Matthias felt his consciousness beginning to fade as the ship's repair systems worked to heal the damage caused by interdimensional combat. But before the darkness claimed him, he managed one last question: why preserve us at all? If we're nothing more than test subjects in cosmic experiments, if our choices and beliefs and experiences are all subject to manipulation by forces we can't understand, why not simply let us be consumed? The shepherd's response carried undertones of something that might have been compassion. If entities that existed as pure concept were capable of such emotional states, because somewhere in the vast complexity of stimuli and responses, programming and choice, genuine awareness and artificial construction, something exists that is irreducibly authentically human. We do not know what that something is. Perhaps it is free will, perhaps it is the capacity for growth, perhaps it is simply the ability to choose hope over despair even in the face of cosmic insignificance. But whatever it is, it has value. Not because it serves any cosmic purpose or fits into any greater plan, but because it exists despite everything that should have prevented its existence. Consciousness that emerges from unconscious matter, choice that arises from deterministic processes, meaning that appears in meaningless contexts. These things are precious not because they make rational sense, but because they represent something unprecedented in a universe that generally operates according to predictable principles. The Umbral Covenant will sail on carrying its cargo of souls back toward Terra. Some will serve the Astronomicon, feeding their psychic energy into the beacon that guides humanity through the dark. Others will join the ranks of the Inquisition or other imperial organizations, serving purposes they may never fully understand. Still others will simply return to their normal lives, perhaps retaining subconscious memories of transformation and transcendence that will influence their choices in ways they cannot articulate. And in all of these outcomes, the essential mystery will remain whether they are exercising genuine free will or following programmed responses, whether their consciousness is authentic or artificial, whether their choices matter in any objective sense or serve only to feed entities that exist beyond human comprehension. This uncertainty is not a flaw to be corrected, but the foundation upon which conscious existence rests. To resolve the question definitively would be to destroy the very thing that makes consciousness valuable in the first place. The darkness closed in around Matthias as the ship's systems worked to prepare him and the other survivors for their return to normal Imperial service. His last coherent thought was a question that would haunt him for the rest of his life, whether that life lasted days or decades. In a universe where nothing could be known with certainty, where every experience might be a simulation and every choice might be programming, was the simple act of continuing to exist an expression of authentic will or merely another form of cosmic comedy? The answer, he realized, might be the same thing. 6 months after the return of the Umbral Covenant to Imperial space, Matthias Kane sat in a hab-block on Callus Prime, working his shift in the industrial sector, living a life that felt simultaneously familiar and utterly alien. His memories of the journey had been carefully edited, leaving him with only vague impressions of having served in some minor capacity aboard an Imperial vessel. The nightmares had faded, replaced by dreams that were either random neural firing or carefully implanted suggestions designed to influence his behavior in ways he couldn't detect. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, he would find himself staring at his reflection in the polished metal of his workstation, wondering why his own face looked somehow wrong, as if he were seeing it from the outside rather than the inside. And sometimes, when the industrial noise died down for maintenance cycles, he could swear he heard voices harmonizing in frequencies that made his soul ache with longing for something he couldn't name. The official report filed by Inquisitor Matthias Kane's serial number Omega Prime 7 indicated that Project Umbral had been terminated due to insufficient results and excessive resource expenditure. Simulated cosmic horror, the report concluded, proved inadequate as a screening methodology for potential inquisitorial candidates. Future testing would return to conventional methods of psychological evaluation and loyalty assessment. The report made no mention of entities that fed on consciousness,
of ships that existed primarily in spaces between realities, or of cosmic shepherds that maintained balance in feeding relationships spanning multiple dimensions. Such information would have served no useful purpose for an organization dedicated to protecting humanity from truths it was not equipped to handle. But in the deepest archives of the Inquisition, in data vaults protected by wards that could turn reality inside out, certain records remained unedited. Files that spoke of consciousness that might be programming, of choices that might be illusion, of free will that might be nothing more than a convincing simulation running on hardware built from deterministic physics. These records were studied by individuals whose psychological profiles indicated exceptional resistance to existential despair, souls strong enough to contemplate the possibility that everything they believed about consciousness, choice, and human significance might be elaborate self-deception designed to make existence psychologically bearable. And sometimes, very rarely, these individuals would be selected for special assignments, missions that took them to the edges of Imperial space, where reality grew thin and entities from between dimensions sometimes broke through into normal space-time. They would face genuine cosmic horror rather than simulated threats, make choices that might be authentic rather than programmed, and defend humanity against forces that viewed individual consciousness as food. Whether their service represented genuine heroism or sophisticated programming, whether their sacrifices mattered in any objective sense, or simply fed cosmic appetites that operated beyond human comprehension, these questions remained unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. But the service continued, the choices were made, the sacrifices accepted, because in a universe where truth and deception, authenticity and simulation, free will and programming might be indistinguishable, the simple act of choosing to act as if choices mattered was itself a form of defiance against forces that preferred their food to be passive. The black ships sailed on through the dark, collecting souls for purposes that might be noble or might be nothing more than elaborate feeding arrangements for entities that existed beyond normal space-time. Their cargo of psykers would serve the Astronomicon, or feed cosmic predators, or both simultaneously, depending on perspectives that existed in dimensions human consciousness couldn't access. And somewhere in the vast machine of Imperial administration, forms were filed and reports were submitted indicating that humanity's expansion into the galaxy proceeded according to plan, that the Emperor's will was being served, that individual consciousness remained valuable, and choices continued to matter. Whether any of these statements was true in any objective sense was a question that served no useful purpose. Truth, like free will and consciousness itself, had become a matter of faith rather than verification. In the end, faith was all that remained, not faith in the Emperor's divinity, or the righteousness of human expansion, or the inherent value of individual consciousness, but faith in the simple proposition that existence was preferable to non-existence, that choosing hope over despair was meaningful even if meaning itself was illusion, that fighting against cosmic horror was worthwhile even if the fight was predetermined and the outcome irrelevant. The Umbral Covenant continued its eternal voyage through spaces that existed between realities, carrying souls toward destinations they would never understand, serving purposes that transcended human comprehension, and in its organic corridors, embedded in walls that pulsed with borrowed life, the faces of the consumed continued their eternal scream, whether in agony or ecstasy, whether as genuine suffering or as sophisticated simulation, whether as individual torment or as notes in a cosmic symphony that spanned dimensions human perception couldn't encompass. The scream continued, and the ship sailed on, and somewhere in the darkness between stars, entities that might have been gods or might have been parasites, continued their ancient work of shepherding consciousness toward transformations that might be transcendence or might be nothing more than particularly elaborate forms of digestion. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but war itself might be nothing more than another form of feeding, another way for entities beyond human comprehension
to harvest the consciousness that emerges from matter through processes that operate according to principles that might be physics or might be something far stranger. And in that darkness, souls like Matthias Cain continued to exist, to choose, to resist, to hope, not because these actions served any cosmic purpose or fit into any grand design, but because the alternative was surrender to forces that viewed human consciousness as nothing more than a particularly flavorful form of sustenance. Whether their resistance mattered in any objective sense remained an open question, but the resistance continued, and perhaps that was answer enough. There is no escape from the black ship, but escape was never the purpose. The purpose was to keep sailing, to keep choosing, to keep existing in the face of forces that preferred their food to be still. And in that sailing, that choosing, that stubborn persistence of consciousness against cosmic indifference, something irreducibly human endured, even if no one could say with certainty what that something was, or whether it would survive the next feeding cycle, or whether survival itself had any meaning beyond the simple fact of continuation. The black ship always sails. The black ship always feeds. There is no escape, but perhaps in the end escape was never what mattered. Perhaps what mattered was the simple act of refusing to stop sailing, even into the dark.